Okay. The subcommittee will come to order. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Today's hearing addresses the FDA User Fee Package discussion draft. This draft is the product of over a year of hard work by various parties. While the individual industries, prescription drugs, medical devices, generic drugs, and biosimilar drugs represented in this draft were negotiating with the FDA on their user fee agreements, this subcommittee was holding at least 10 hearings on subjects related to the draft. After intense negotiation between both sides of the aisle, we've arrived at a discussion draft that I hope all members of the subcommittee will be able to support. There's still some outstanding issues that staff continues to work on, and I hope that they can be resolved before next week's subcommittee markup. This package is critical to patients. It will ensure that FDA has the resources and reforms needed to speed new drugs, devices, and treatments to those who are ill. These user fee agreements will make the approval process more transparent, more consistent, and more predictable, benefiting patients, but also keeping the United States the preeminent leader in drug and device development and manufacturing. Good-paying jobs in the drug and device industries, like those in my home state of Pennsylvania, will be critical to our economic recovery, and we cannot afford to outsource them. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today to get their thoughts and reactions on the discussion draft, and I yield the remainder of my time to the Chairman Emeritus of the committee, Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing today. Put me down, as I said at the last hearing you had on this, as undecided on this particular bill. I know that you've worked very hard, and your staff has worked very hard, and the minority staff and members have worked very hard on the bill. My basic problem is that I'm not sure the FDA deserves a large increase in user fees given the amount of money that they've been receiving in general fund increases. As you know, under the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, there's a new 2.3% gross sales tax on the sale of all medical devices in the United States beginning in the year 2013. This tax is supposed to raise $20 billion to help offset the cost of President Obama's $1 trillion new health bill. The 2.3% tax is imposed on revenues, as you know, and not profits, so that the tax applies to devices regardless if they are sold at a loss. This is on top of the current federal tax rate of 35% on corporate profits and all state and local taxes in addition. It's obvious that companies have less incentive to stay in the United States than they did before these bills became law. This administration has indicated that the increased tax will have little to no negative effect on medical innovation in the United States. That just begs credulity, Mr. Chairman. When you increase taxes across the board and then throw these user fee increases on top of it, that has to have a negative effect. It's simply a law of physics, so to speak. In any event, I do want to commend you and others for trying to come together on a bipartisan bill. I think it's obvious by my comments that I may be a no vote, but I do want to be a positive part of the process if at all possible. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I can yield the remaining 1 minute to someone else or yield it back to you.
Is anyone else on our side of the aisle seek recognition? Vice Chairman of the committee, Dr. Burgess, recognized.
I think he's going to.
Oh, you're finished? Okay. All right. Chair, the gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee on health, Mr. Plone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts. Today, the subcommittee is meeting to hear testimony about the released discussion draft concerning the prescription drug, medical device, generic drug, and biosimilar drug user fee agreements, as well as several other FDA-related proposals, including programs to foster the development of prescription drugs for children, administrative and regulatory reforms at the FDA, and drug shortages. I'll note as a matter of process that each of these issues has had its own hearing in the subcommittee over the course of the 3 months, and I want to commend Chairman Pitts and Upton and the staffs on both sides. We've worked very hard to cover a lot of ground. And I'd also like to thank all the subcommittee members for their participation in these hearings, and I welcome their comments and suggestions on the discussion draft as we continue to move forward. Let me state that we have not yet reached full agreement on the discussion draft in time for today's hearing. As will be seen, the bill contains language largely identical to the March draft released by the Republicans, except for the brackets surrounding a majority of the text. These brackets indicate that the bill is a work in progress and we continue to make headway. There are many issues that have been worked out. Specifically, we've been able to make substantive changes to the FDA reforms that, as drafted, would have led to many unintended and unacceptable consequences to FDA's regulatory scheme. We've also been working hard to include language that would equip the FDA with the authority and the resources it needs to address a growing global drug supply. That language has come a long way, and I'm optimistic that we can strengthen it further. It's important to note that there are still key concerns that remain, but the process has been consensus. A bipartisan product that both sides can support. I just wanted to quickly comment on the 4 user fee proposals that are the impetus behind this legislation. The discussion draft is largely based on the agreements between the FDA and the industry. These programs represent a critical opportunity to work alongside FDA, industry, and other stakeholders to build upon and improve these critical programs. Together, we can help give patients access to safe, effective, and breakthrough medical treatments while supporting the advancement of science and promoting a thriving life science industry in the U.S. Of particular note, of course, is the new generic drug user fee agreement, which will dramatically improve the median approval times for generic applications. This program will bring an influx of generic drug products onto the market and into the hands of consumers, thereby significantly lowering health care costs. I just want to welcome back our witnesses here today. You've been a great resource to our subcommittee throughout this process. We're eager to hear your opinions and your suggestions, and I look forward to working with you, Chairman Pitts, leading up to next week's scheduled markup to improve the discussion draft further. And again, thanks for the continued bipartisanship. Yes, I'd like to yield my 2 minutes left to the Chairman Emeritus, Mr. Dingell.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for holding today's hearings, and I thank my good friend, Mr. Pallone, for yielding to me. I'm delighted that we're having this hearing, and I'm happy to work together with my colleagues in a bipartisan consensus effort to achieve a good piece of legislation on food and other appliance and other performance by the FDA. The effort demonstrated FDA's authorities are not sufficient to protect our drug supply chain. Investigations by this committee found FDA not only lacks knowledge of how many drug manufacturing facilities are operating overseas, what entities are importing drugs, or when incidents like adulteration, theft, counterfeiting, contamination, or repeated manufacturing failures are posing health risks. FDA has lacked the authority to detain or destruct harmful drugs, to prevent medical product from entering the country if the manufacturer prohibits inspection, or to require importers to provide compliance information at the border. Current law has unintentionally created an unlevel playing field which hurts our domestic manufacturers. While FDA inspects domestic manufacturers every 2 years, it may or may not inspect foreign manufacturing facilities, although occasionally gets around to it about every 9 years. This committee must address these critical gaps in FDA's authority and the knowledge of our entire food chain, from active ingredients to the patient's medicine cabinet. FDA ought to know the parties who are manufacturing, distributing, or importing drugs, and should be able to take action against those who are allowing harmful drugs into the United States market. We have before us today an opportunity to deal with the shortage of money and personnel, and to see to it that we stop making Americans sick or killing Americans by having a failure to have Food and Drug have the ability to carry out its responsibilities. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now I recognize the Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Upton, for 5 minutes. From statement.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts, for today's hearing on the reauthorization of the FDA user fees and the impact of innovation on American patients and jobs. Since the beginning of February, this subcommittee has held 6 hearings on the FDA, and during these hearings we've heard from witnesses from around the country on how Congress can help FDA become more predictable, consistent, transparent, and how that will foster innovation here in the U.S. And I've heard it back home from my constituents as well. I think we should all agree that fostering innovation does help American patients and aids in creating American jobs. And as part of our efforts to foster that innovation, we need to fix the recent problems with the investigational device exemption approval process and the medical device modifications guidance document. Recent FDA policy changes have created some problems, and we intend to use the user fee legislative process to rectify them. I really want to thank Mr. Waxman and Mr. Pallone and Mr. Dingell and other members of this committee for their constructive and bipartisan work to reauthorize these user fees. And during the past couple of months, we've had a number of productive conversations on ways to improve the regulatory process at the FDA. As I said at the start of this process, we need to reauthorize the user fees by the end of June to assure continuity at the FDA and increased predictability for Americans' medical innovators and job creators. We still have some work to do because of the bipartisan commitment from members on both sides of the aisle. I am convinced that we are on a track to do that, and I appreciate all the hard work, particularly from the staff, as they've spent countless numbers of hours working to make sure that we can have a productive bill. And I yield the balance of my time to the Vice Chairman of the subcommittee, Dr. Burgess.
And I thank the chairman for yielding. I want to thank the chairman of the full committee and subcommittee, as well as the ranking members of the full committee subcommittee for moving this legislation forward. I think the manner that this has been approached is one that has been constructive, certainly been respectful of individual member concerns. We've been sensitive to patient concerns, and we're focused on finding an end product that is workable for the agency and for the patients that it serves. You know, the impact of these areas, the medical device, the pharmaceutical, the biologic and generic industries in the United States, certainly reaches farther than the patients that benefit from them, and we'll hear a lot about job creation and help to the economy, but the patient concerns must remain our primary focus. And these industries do affect commerce, they affect technology, they do affect the economy, and they provide quality jobs to Americans, which range from the scientific to the highly skilled and technical and those involved in their manufacturing. The Food and Drug Administration has one of the most important missions of any federal agency to ensure that medical products are safe and effective. They're also the gateway to providing patients with products that help them maintain their health, perhaps help them live with a chronic condition. We have to be certain that that gateway does not become a bottleneck. I think there are constructive updates that can be made, and I appreciate so much the discussion draft now being out there for all of us to reflect and offer our thoughts. Again, I want to thank the chairman to his approach to the process, thank our witnesses for their willingness to come before this committee multiple times, for the transparency that they've exhibited, and the fact that this has come through under regular order, and that the chairman has worked to a product of which I think both sides of the dais can justifiably be proud. And I'll be
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll be happy to yield.
Thank you. I want to just take a minute and talk about this process and some of the reforms that are proposed, and just make the point, especially in two areas that I've been interested in: the investigative device exemption and the 510K modifications. The attempt is really to remedy through public policy by elected leaders changes in the operation that the FDA has done in the last couple of years. So it's an attempt to return back to a day when these two areas were working, and we weren't losing innovation and jobs and folks moving overseas to get these approvals. And so I hope that you all will, when we get into that part of the discussion, receive it in the attempt that we're trying to portray, is that we really want to get back to where we don't have this backlog, and we're the innovators, we're the producers, and we lead the world again. I yield back my time.
Chair thanks the gentleman and now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Waxman, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Chairman Pitts, thank you for holding this hearing today. Although we're not able to come to full agreement in time for the discussion draft released yesterday, I'm pleased with the progress that we've made on the user fee package thus far. I'm optimistic we'll get to full agreement soon. We all know how important it is to reauthorize the underlying user fee programs in a timely way. No one is served by adding controversial proposals to the bill. That would only serve to slow the process. So far, we've worked together to avoid weighing down this critical legislation with extraneous policies about which we cannot agree. This will ensure that we get the work on these critically important bills done in time. I'm particularly hopeful about the progress we've made in the area of drug safety as it relates to the increasingly globalized supply chain. Mr. Dingell has a strong bill that has served as a template in this area, and I appreciate all the work that Mr. Upton and Mr. Pitts have done to incorporate provisions modeled on that bill. I want to note, however, that I continue to have strong concerns with respect to devices. We have all heard that the increasing rhetoric that FDA is slowing innovation and forcing jobs abroad. But that does not justify the troubling provisions that could compromise patient safety that are under consideration. There are numerous examples of unsafe medical devices that have been permitted on the market and have caused incalculable suffering for victims. And that occurs under the current system with the powers FDA has today. Now is not the time to go backwards and take away important authorities from the FDA that it needs to help ensure the safety and effectiveness of devices. I'll continue to oppose any addition of provisions that would prevent FDA from doing what it feels necessary to protect patients from unsafe and ineffective devices. Let me turn now to the area of antibiotics. The discussion draft includes the GAIN Act, which is a good first step toward creating incentives for the development of new antibiotics, which we all agree we desperately need. I remain concerned that the bill does not narrowly target antibiotics that treat dangerous infections for which we don't have adequate treatments. The bill should also include provisions to ensure that the efficacy of these newly developed antibiotics is preserved once they are on the market. These are goals we should all share, and I'm hopeful we'll fix the bill to achieve them. I also look forward to learning more today about the proposal put forward by the Infectious Disease Society of America, the Limited Population Antibacterial Drug, or LPAD. Sounds like a new technical device sold by Apple. LPAD approval mechanism. This proposal would establish a more rapid regulatory pathway for new antibiotics targeted at the most serious infections. The concept appears to have great promise at speeding important new antibiotics to the market, but I think we need to be assured that these drugs will not be inappropriately used. If we cannot get that assurance, we should all be concerned about moving forward with this kind of proposal. Strengthening and improving FDA is in the interest of all Americans. I look forward to continuing to work with all of my colleagues on this committee to reach bipartisan agreement on these critically important legislation. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair thanks the gentleman. We will now go to panel one. We have two panels today. Our first panel will have two witnesses, Dr. Janet Woodcock, Director of the Center for Drug Evaluation Research at the FDA, and Dr. Jeffrey Shuren, Director, Center for Devices and Radiological Health. We're happy to have both of you here today. Dr. Woodcock, you're now recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify about the three important drug user fee proposals that are laid out in the discussion draft. Each of the three drug user fee programs are important for the public and will, if enacted, impact positively on patients, industry, and on biomedical innovation. The fifth iteration of the Prescription Drug User Fee program contains important advances for regulatory science and patient-centered drug development, as well as maintaining a consistent and predictable review process for the innovator industry. The Biosimilars User Fee program will support the growth of a new industry and will help provide more affordable biological drugs to the public. Both, I think, are very important public goals. The generic drug user fee program that's proposed would represent a historic agreement to maintain a high and uniform level of drug quality no matter where the drug is sourced in the world. It also will ensure a robust and predictable path to market for generic drugs that should invigorate the industry. That said, implementation of these three new programs, if enacted, will create a significant body of work for the agency. We are eager to undertake this, but we are wary of additional provisions, that are unfunded provisions. The experience after the FDA Amendments Act, I think, is illustrative. While FDA implemented the many needed safety programs that were stipulated in the Amendments Act, we had to miss a number of user fee goals under the prescription drug user fee program and slow down our review process. And while that was a worthy trade-off, we have to recognize that any additional provisions will have trade-offs on workload. I understand that there are other policy issues and development challenges that are unaddressed by the user fee proposals, which are really about process and procedures. And I'm happy to answer questions about these issues, and I really look forward to discussion. Thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady. Dr. Shuren, you're recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As you know, on February 15th, FDA and representatives of the medical device industry reached an agreement on proposed recommendations for the reauthorization of the Medical Device User Fee Act, or MEDUFA, the details of which we provided to you on March 16th. As required by law, we held a public meeting on March 28th and sought public comment on the proposal package. We plan to send the final package to you by the end of this week. When I came to CDRH in 2009, in response to concerns expressed by industry and others, we initiated a review of our device pre-market review programs. The following year, we released 2 reports that concluded, as I've testified before, that we had not done as good a job managing the review programs as we should have. The number one problem we found was insufficient predictability, which was leading to inefficiencies, higher costs for industry and FDA, sometimes delays in bringing safe and effective products to market. In January 2011, we announced a plan with 25 specific actions that we would take that year to improve the predictability, consistency, and transparency of our pre-market programs. We announced additional steps since then. As of today, 30 actions have been completed or are well underway. They are intended to create a culture change toward greater collaboration, interaction, transparency, and the appropriate balancing of benefits and risks. They focus on assuring predictable and consistent decision-making and application of the least burdensome principle and implementing more efficient regulatory processes. Preliminary data indicate that the actions we've taken have started to bear fruit. For example, the backlog of 510K submissions that had been steadily increasing from 2005 to 2010 decreased for the first time last year and are continuing to decline in 2012. The backlog of PMA submissions that had been steadily increasing from 2007 to 2011 has decreased this year for the first time, and average total time for review appears to be decreasing for the first time as well. However, we still have much work to do. Reauthorization of MEDUFA will provide the resources that CDRH needs to continue improving the device review programs and help reduce the high staff turnover that has adversely affected review predictability and consistency. The proposed MEDUFA recommendations we've agreed upon with industry include several important process improvements. For example, if a performance goal on a device application is missed, the MEDUFA proposal would require FDA and applicants to work out a plan to complete the work on the submission, ensuring that no submission would be left behind. And requiring a new substantive interaction between FDA and an applicant would help assure sufficient time for the applicant to properly respond to appropriate questions. These and other proposed enhancements are intended to achieve a shared outcome goal of reduced average total time to decision, which both we and industry believe is an important indicator of a successful pre-market review program. The agreement we've reached with industry strikes a careful balance between what industry agreed to pay and what FDA can accomplish with the amount of funding proposed. However, we are concerned that even if device user fee resources are increased under MDUFA 3, additional new legislative mandates imposed on CDRH could divert resources and undermine FDA's ability to achieve the new performance goals. We are very willing to work with Congress on initiatives that complement the user fee agreement. However, just as FDA and industry mutually agreed that some initiatives would be part of the formal agreement, we also agreed that some initiatives would not be part of the agreement. Additional legislation to codify initiatives the agency and industry chose not to devote resources to risk diverting resources from achieving MDUFA goals and could undermine the user fee agreement entirely. When PDUFA was last reauthorized in 2007, as you heard, the addition of new policy-related requirements ultimately resulted in FDA's drug review program having to temporarily suspend meeting its PDUFA review goals in order to meet the statutory mandates. We want to avoid such a situation so that CDRH can focus on meeting the ambitious new proposed MDUFA program goals and achieving timely patient access to safe and effective devices, which is an objective that we share with industry, healthcare practitioners, patients, consumers, and you. Mr. Chairman, we share your goal of timely reauthorization of MDUFA. I look forward to working with you toward enactment of this critical legislation. I commend the subcommittee's efforts and am pleased to answer any questions the subcommittee may have. Thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. I will begin the question period and recognize myself 5 minutes for that purpose. Dr. Woodcock, we'll begin with you. In your testimony, you say that FDA is expediting manufacturing change submissions to help with drug shortages. In the discussion draft, we include a section on expediting manufacturing changes that will alleviate a drug shortage. In talking with patients and manufacturers and providers, they tell me it is one of the best parts of the discussion draft and it will really help with shortages. Do you agree with those patients, providers, manufacturers that expediting manufacturing changes that will alleviate drug shortages is a good idea? I'd like your comments on that section.
We are currently able to expedite manufacturing changes, and we do to alleviate shortages or to prevent them if we hear about them in advance. So we do not need additional authorities to expedite a review of manufacturing changes or implementation by manufacturers.
All right. What's the latest on medical gases? We had a hearing on this issue. Will you have a proposal to share with the committee by the end of the week on this?
Well, both parties will have to. We are in active discussions with the association. I've had personal meeting with the association and my staff, and there have been multiple additional discussions. I think we're in substantial agreement, but we're continuing to go back and forth to make sure we have all the details nailed down. So I can't guarantee, because it's only my side of it, that it'll be done by the end of the week, but we certainly are working very hard on bringing this to a conclusion.
Okay. The user fee discussion draft includes language to enhance FDA performance reporting in the drug space by including division-level data. I believe there's great value in regularly gathering and analyzing the best possible data in order to understand where things are working and where they need improvement. Collecting more granular information at the review division level will allow FDA management, patients, industry, and Congress to better identify where things are working and where improvements are needed. As an example, in November of 2011, the agency issued a report citing the approval of 35 innovative drugs that represented advances in treatment for many serious disorders. If we had division-level data, we could better understand what practices led to such an accomplishment and how we could apply those lessons in other areas. Do you agree that collecting, reporting this information is a good idea, given that it will help us understand how we can apply these best practices in other parts of the drug center and agency. Would you comment on that, please?
Certainly. We've calculated the requirements for personnel and investment in generating additional formal reports. All right. We really do believe in transparency of all our processes, and I believe I, as a manager, am accountable to you and to the public to make sure that we review particularly life-saving or life-altering drugs as rapidly as possible. It's one of my highest priorities. However, setting up additional reporting systems we calculate would cost us $4.7 million based on what is laid out in the draft, and we require 15 FTEs or full-time equivalents of people to work on that. Those people would be diverted from working on reviewing the applications. Now, the division by division variability in how many applications come out and how many of those are approved and so forth is primarily a function of the input. So right now, if you looked at it sort of naively, you'd say our cancer group is like the most productive group and they do the best job, all right? But they get, right now there's a renaissance of cancer therapies based on the molecular knowledge of cancer that has been generated. And so they are able to approve, we're seeing a lot of very good applications and we're able to approve those rapidly. So I don't think you can make a cause and effect link between what comes out of it in a given disease area and their particular productivity. For example, I think our neurology division is wonderful and does a fantastic job, but we haven't been able to approve a lot of new drugs for Alzheimer's because those drugs have failed in development.
Chair, thanks to the gentlelady. My time has expired. I yield to the ranking member, Mr. Plone, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start with Dr. Woodcock and may be able to get to Dr. Sharon if there's time. Well, first, welcome back, and I appreciate your being with us again today. I wanted to focus on review times for abbreviated new drug applications, or ANDAs. Under current law, what's the length of time in which the FDA is required to review generic drug applications?
It's like a quiz. I think it might
At least it's not yes or no.
I think it's 180 days.
Okay. And what is the median review time for ANDAs today?
Currently, the average or median approximately average review time is 30 months.
And how long do you think it will take to significantly reduce the review times for generic drug applications?
I believe if the proposed user fee program that's put within the discussion draft is enacted, within several years we will be seeing a greatly improved performance.
And then can we expect to see any meaningful reduction in review times in year 1 or year 2 of the new generic user fee program?
We will certainly try. However, we have a backlog that comprises there are 2,600 applications in the queue that we have to clear out, and that would be our first priority.
Okay. Chairman Pitts just asked and referred to the discussion draft on PDUFA. And I guess on pages 18 and 19, there's some bracketed language that will require FDA to report to Congress on various statistics about the agency's drug reviews. And I wanted to ask you about this language. Was this part of the negotiated user fee agreement?
Could you repeat?
Yeah, sure. I'm talking about PDUFA.
Yes.
And the chairman asked and referred to the discussion draft. On pages 18 and 19, there's some bracketed language that would require the FDA to report to Congress on various statistics about the agency's drug reviews. I'm not sure that, I don't think that was part of the negotiated user fee agreement, correct? It was
yes,
not.
That was not part of what we negotiated with the public and with industry, and it was not accounted for in the resource calculations for the user fee.
So that was my question is I'm concerned about putting a burden on the agency that it's not funded by user fees, and could result in an unwarranted reshuffling of resources that Congress intended to be dedicated to other activities. And I think we need to be careful when we start opening up the PDUFA agreement. I don't know if you wanted to comment on that a little more.
Yes, I believe, as I said, very highly believe in transparency and accountability of the new drug review program to the public, to Congress, and to any of our stakeholders. However, we feel these additional tracking requirements, well, when unfunded, will divert us from actually accomplishing the objectives that are laid out by Congress in the user fee agreement.
Okay. Now let me go to Dr. Sharon for a question. I got a couple of minutes or less. I wanted to ask you about one of the provisions in the discussion draft related to devices, specifically Section 706 would change the standard for when device manufacturers are required to submit a new 510K application for changes to their already cleared devices. It might seem like an arcane issue, but I know it's an extremely important one. Permitting companies to make changes to their devices without first obtaining FDA clearance could result in devices on the market over which the FDA has had very little oversight and knows very little about. Industry, of course, would say that if they're just making small changes to the device, there's no need to go through the 510K process again. But I wanted to get a better sense from you about what's going on here. Is there a need for any change here? Can you speculate on why the language of 706 is being included in the draft? And basically, does the FDA have concerns about the language in Section 706?
We believe the existing standard that we have for modifications is a good one. Most modifications made to a device do not come to the FDA for review. The only ones that come are those that could significantly affect safety or effectiveness. The issue right now is about a guidance we put out on modifications that we did not put out with the intention of increasing in any significant way the number of 510Ks coming in, but provide greater clarity in places that have been gray zones and emerging technologies. We recognize there are many concerns with the guidance. That's why we've had lots of meetings with industry. We've even had 2 all-day meetings with a group of companies, trade associations coming in the door and raising their issues and working it through. Our intent is to get that guidance right, and we know because of the big concerns, our plan is we'd actually put out a new draft guidance and make sure we work it out. Our concern with what's happening, what's been proposed in the legislation, is it would change the existing approach that we have that had been working for many years, and instead changes it to only submit if it does significantly affect safety and effectiveness. If it does affect safety and effectiveness, you don't submit a 510K. The product wouldn't come on the market. So essentially, companies will be making changes to their devices, and none of those changes will be coming to the FDA for review. That causes significant concern. You have devices like linear accelerators that blast radiation at patients to treat cancer. You can now make modifications that can impact that technology, and we won't see it. And we have plenty of cases where companies made changes, they did some testing, and there were big problems that, but for the FDA review, those unsafe technologies would have gotten to patients. And that's what we worry would happen with this change in the law.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Chair thanks the gentleman, and now yields Vice Chairman of the Committee, Dr. Burgess, 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Sharon, and we might come back to the issue of modifications if I have time, but let's talk for a minute about the 510K process. It's my understanding that when the Food and Drug Administration clears a device through the 510K process, it tells the company that they've received a substantial equivalence determination, and then the FDA sends a letter to the company that expressly states, please be advised that the FDA's issuance of a substantial equivalence determination does not mean that the FDA has made a determination that your device complies with other requirements of the Act, that being the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. Is that a correct statement?
As a paraphrase, and then the company is responsible for assuring they've met what we've called general controls, things that pertain to reporting requirements or labeling or meeting our quality systems or good manufacturing practices.
But there's, if there is a device that is found to be defective, that has been approved under a 510K authority, and another device is found to be substantially equivalent, because of the defect that you discovered in the predicate device, you would do something to prevent that follow-on device from going to the market. Is that not correct?
What we do in those cases, and there are limited cases, we try to, within our authority, we might put explanations in the labeling, try to address it best we can. The challenge is that those may be ineffective. Right now, there is not a responsibility on the part of the manufacturer to show that if they replicate a design flaw, for example, that they've put in appropriate mitigations to make sure that does not affect patient safety or effectiveness. It has been proposed by some in industry, what we would do is, well, you'd clear it, they could go to market, and then you would build a legal case to say it's misbranded, and then take an enforcement action against the company, which kind of puts the cart before the horse. In reality, what we do is clear a device, then maybe take an enforcement action, and what they'd have to do is actually come back in the door with another 510K. So we do what we can with the authorities that we have, but it's not a perfect solution. There's a way of solving it that focuses very narrowly.
Let me ask you a question, just so I'm sure that I understand it. Right now, you're compelled to approve an unsafe device under the 510K program?
We're compelled to determine that there's substantial equivalence between the predicate and the new
device.
Right,
so substantial equivalence, but then that does not necessarily infer that there's approval to market the device under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. Is that correct?
The terminology, just so we have it right, is clearance. The manufacturer is then responsible for meeting the other requirements of the law to then put it on the market, but they do not wait for any other affirmative determination by the agency to go to market.
This is important, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but has the FDA allowed products that they know to be harmful to reach the market?
We believe that we have tried to take the best actions we can to assure that the devices that come to market are safe.
Well, why didn't you just immediately say these are misbranded and must not be marketed?
So in the few cases where this has happened, we have tried to either address it with labeling, and it is our hope that that will be an adequate mitigation. What we don't have in a normal case in pre-market review is then data to support that it would be an adequate mitigation.
Can you provide this committee, you keep saying there are a limited number of examples, we actually need to see those cases. I mean, I got to tell you, that concerns me greatly that the Food and Drug Administration, for all of the heft that you have, has allowed devices to come to the market that may be inherently unsafe, that you knew were unsafe before they were marketed. So can you please, how many cases do we have like that? You say there are few, but is it like 3 or 5 or 9?
There are a handful. We'll get you some of them. We'd be happy
all of
to do
them.
so.
Dr. Sharon, we need all of them because we have to make a determination about where the process is not working, because this clearly is something I don't believe you want it, and I certainly don't want it, where the FDA is approving because of a finding of substantial equivalence allows a device to come to market that is inherently unsafe. I mean, I don't understand you. Why would you not issue a mandatory recall immediately?
Well, first of all, a mandatory recall, if there's a problem, first of all, that we find a problem thereafter, we tend to work with the company for a voluntary recall. A mandatory recall winds up can actually take several years because it involves a formal hearing. And oftentimes we work with the company afterwards.
Look, but all I know is in a medical staff situation, if you know you have a provider, a doctor who presents a clear danger to patients, I mean, there's an immediate revocation of that person's privileges. I don't see why the same should not apply within your agency in the device world. So,
no, I appreciate that. And if folks think that we actually have the authority to do that right now and immediately stop it from going to market, it would be helpful to us then to provide that clarity in legislation.
Well, and part of the clarity is providing us the cases, because that is, Mr. Chairman, I think we may need to involve the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations to look into this, because this is a fundamental issue of patient safety, and if the primary federal agency charged with providing that drugs and devices are safe and effective is not meeting that first goal, that's a serious, serious problem.
Chair, thanks.
I'll yield back my time.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Waxman, 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The point Mr. Burgess raises is an important one, and if you feel you need stronger, clearer legislation in that area, you ought to let us know, because we're concerned about whatever, even a handful devices that may be harmful. Dr. Woodcock, I'd like to ask you about two proposals designed to help get new important antibiotics to market. One is GAIN and the other is LPAD. First of all, on GAIN, we know the pipeline for new antibiotics is essentially dry. It's a serious public health threat, and it's clear we need to look at ways to incentivize the development of these life-saving drugs. One way to do that, of course, is to provide additional exclusivity. I think whenever we talk about adding new exclusivity, we need to ensure that it's truly necessary. And in this case, I think a good case can be made that it is, but then it should be narrowly targeted so that, that only the drugs we need to have developed are rewarded with this generous prize. And exclusivity is often very generous, and you never get it back even when it's no longer valid or useful. I'm concerned that the language in the discussion draft is not adequately targeted, and I want to get your views on that subject. As I read it, the legislation would provide 5 years additional exclusivity to an antibiotic that received FDA approval based only on its ability to treat or prevent essentially any antibiotic-resistant bacterial pathogen. I think this legislation should be more narrowly targeted and only apply to antibiotics approved for serious or life-threatening diseases for which there is an unmet medical need. I'd like to know whether you agree. If so, how would that work in practice? Is that a standard FDA could easily apply?
We do apply a standard on approval on review called the priority review, and we determine whether or not a product would be an advance in its class or is simply yet another option amongst multiple options. So we do have some experience in applying some standard like that. I think, of course, it's up to Congress how you weigh these different trade-offs as far as the affordability of drugs versus their availability. You don't want to set up an incentive program, in my opinion, that drives developers toward the broadest market, all right, and thus to neglect potentially those challenging areas of, say, drug-resistant organisms, which is where we have the greatest need for new antibiotics. But because that's a narrow market, if you do an incentive program, often the desire is to apply that to the broadest market possible to gain the most, obviously, profit from doing that. So I think Congress needs to think about what incentive you're offering and how does that incentive going to operate, all right? And will it operate to solve the problem that has been identified? There's several problems. One problem is the pipeline, we don't have antibiotics to treat.
It's very helpful, but then I think about all the things I still want to ask. So if I could, so you agree that we ought to be sure to narrowly focus this incentive, because otherwise an incentive becomes just very beneficial to those who get it, but not really solving the main problem that we have.
I believe that Congress ought to define the problem that you're trying to address and make sure you design an incentive that incentivizes drug development to solve that problem.
Okay. I want to ask you about LPAD approach. This has been discussed by the Infectious Disease Society of America, and as I understand it, this approach is intended to establish a more rapid regulatory pathway for new antibiotics targeted at the most serious infections. The risk-benefit ratio for such antibiotics will often support more narrowly tailored clinical trials than are needed for other antibiotics. A fundamental aspect of this proposal is that it would require that any antibiotic approved under this pathway bear a strong label statement describing the limited population of patients with serious or life-threatening infections for which the drug had been approved, and noting that its safety and effectiveness had not been established beyond this limited population. Companies would have to provide their promotional materials to FDA before distributing them. It seems this kind of approach could really help get critically important antibiotics on the market more rapidly than otherwise possible. However, for it to work as intended and for it not to lead to a lowering of the approval standard. It has to have effective mechanisms for ensuring that antibiotic approved for small populations are indeed used by those small populations. I'd like to hear your views on whether you think LPAD maintains that balance. Specifically, do you think that it will facilitate the more rapid approval of important new antibiotics for limited populations? And do you think that there are adequate controls to prevent widespread off-label use in a much broader population than for which it was tested and approved?
Yes and yes. I believe that probably a narrow development program, and we could offer, we believe, a radically smaller development program than for an antibiotic intended for broad uses, is a stronger incentive than financial than exclusivity, number one. And number two, we believe that particularly if Congress were to make a statement about the antibiotic stewardship of this class of products, good stewardship in the market, that would have the effect of limiting the use.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thanks. Gentleman recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Shimkus, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for coming. Dr. Woodcock, I agree that Congress needs to define a problem we want to address, and that's part of this process of the hearing and also some of the bills that have been introduced. So I couldn't agree more, and of course I'll focus mine on the IDE and the 510K issue. First of all, Dr. Shuren, you said that the number of applicants is down. Is that what you said in your opening statement?
No, the backlog. So the number of 510Ks that are still at the under review at the end of the year has gone down. It had been going up for 510Ks since 2005 every single year.
Okay, well, let me follow up then. According to companies who I've talked to, your draft guidance could increase 510K submissions by 300 to 500%. Do you agree with that? And do you have the capability to respond to that if that's the case?
Sure. So first of all, we don't know if that number is correct.
Have you heard that number before?
We've heard that number before.
Okay, good.
But putting aside whether data there support or not, we agree there are concerns with the policy we put out, which is why we're working with industry to make adjustments and try to get it right. Our intent is not to see.
Well, and that's what we're trying to do legislatively also in response to what Dr. Woodcock said, that we should define a problem we want to address, and we're trying to legislatively address that problem.
Well,
let me go to the IDE real quick. You've also a couple concerns. First of all, one is that we do have an issue that we think it disregards the Administrative Procedures Act, in that it acts as the guidance contradicts regulation. So concern one on that. It also, we do think it's also could be not in compliance with the Federal Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act, and a former IDE administrator said it does not look, I quote, it does not look like the authority is there to disapprove an IDE based upon the fact that FDA doesn't anticipate that it would support a marketing approval or clearance. Now, so the question is, how have, and this, I want this question phrased perfectly, how has innovators reacted to your policy change?
There have been concerns raised of what we would not consider truly a big policy change. Our IDEs are based on we will not approve if it doesn't provide sound science or if investigational plan is inadequate. And what we said in the guidance is if it's a pivotal clinical trial, and a pivotal clinical trial is intended to demonstrate safety and effectiveness.
Okay, the question is, how has the innovators reacted? What have the innovators told you? I can tell you what they've told me.
Right. So their concern is whether or not this will actually lead to our not approving devices, approving more clinical studies than before. We think the language may not have articulated clearly what we're talking about. That's namely that if you submit a study that it's producing sound science for its intended purpose, what it is intended to do. In the case of a pivotal trial,
I only have a minute and 40 left, and I do want to. One innovator told me that in 2012, he will only have been in the United States for 5 weeks prior to the first 5 months of the year because he has to do clinical trials overseas. That's what we're hearing from innovators based upon this policy. And I think if the policy is questionable that it's against the Administrative Procedures Act and legally maybe against the Federal Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act, I think that would raise some concerns as to the policy, which is new and implemented under the last couple of years. Let me go to just funding. In the last hearing, you did talk about funding and the like. Is it true that even under the agreement, which doubles the user fees that FDA gets from industry, you'll still get about 70% of your CDRH budget from appropriations?
About 65 to 70% of funding will come from.
So you'll have other non-user fee funds that are appropriated by Congress?
That's correct.
Shouldn't Congress be able to give direction on how these funds are spent? If you're a constitutionalist and you believe all appropriations begin in the House, I would choose your words carefully.
Yes. Congress has broad authority to weigh in on how we should actually use our funds.
Thank you. Isn't it true that the FDA undertook activities during the life of Medufa II that were significant resource investments and outside the agreement? And you probably know what I'm talking about. The Institute of Medicine report that was unfinished and not totally accurate?
First of all, the IOM report we didn't pay out of any user fee dollars.
No, that's
the IOM report.
But $1.3 million of taxpayer funds went to the IOM report.
Well, there were concerns raised on the 510K program, how well it was operating to meet the dual
But there was
goals of
obviously concern about the accuracy of the IOM report also.
Well, we did disagree with one of their recommendations regarding scrapping the 510K program. We actually agreed with most of their other recommendations.
Thank you, Dr. Stern. I appreciate your time.
But I do want to make the point on clinical trials because it is an important one, and we don't want innovators going overseas. But quite frankly, if we are approving a clinical trial and we are putting our name on it, saying that this study is good enough to show safety and effectiveness, but it doesn't, and it's not going to then support that product coming to market, then we have put patients at risk because they're unnecessarily...
But they are going overseas.
And then the companies come in the door, and this is exactly what was happening, with studies that then they weren't getting their products approved. And that is the worst thing for the company, and it's the worst thing for patients. So the policies we put out have actually tried to address the real problem, which is reviewers who are coming back to ask for a study that, quite frankly, they believe is the better study. But that's not the point. It's least burdensome principle. They need to put out the study that's least burdensome and approve it. And the second is that they were holding up approvals for trying to address questions that were not relevant for that time for making a decision. And so draft policy we put out in the fall was meant to readjust that so that we were freeing up and making decisions and approving products. In fact, we're now seeing that first cycle approvals for clinical trials are going up.
And I would just add by saying what I think we've done is moved our innovators overseas, and I'll yield back my time.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Now recognizes the ranking member emeritus, Mr. Dingell, for 5 minutes for questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I commend you for this meeting of the committee and for your fine cooperation in framing this legislation and working with the minority. I also want to express the same commendations to our distinguished chairman. These questions to Ms. Woodcock. Please respond yes or no. The heparin incident made it clear that there needs to be robust communications between drug manufacturers and FDA regarding unsafe or compromised drugs. Currently, does the Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act require manufacturers to notify FDA if they have reason to believe that their products have been adulterated, contaminated, or misbranded prior to distribution? Yes or no?
No.
Are drug manufacturers currently required to notify FDA if their drug has been stolen, counterfeited, lost, or has been repeated, or there have been repeated manufacturing quality incidents? Yes or no?
My understanding is that they do have to notify us for quality problems under field alert reports. The rest is no.
Okay. Now, would requiring drug manufacturers to report such information to FDA confer benefit on the public health?
Yes.
As FDA continues to regulate an increasingly globalized market, the ability of FDA to work and share information with trusted foreign regulatory counterparts is critical. Do you believe that, and is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Doctor, is it true that FDA only shares commercial confidential information with state, local, or trusted foreign regulators when FDA has written assurance that the agency will not disclose? Yes or no?
Yes.
Doctor, can FDA currently share trade secret information with state, local, or trusted foreign regulators? Yes or no?
No.
Now, would authority to share this information with other regulators help monitor FDA's efforts to protect the American public with regard to today's globalized drug supply? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now, would this authority help FDA to have better information to assess risk and target oversight? Yes or no?
Yes.
Doctor, if given this authority, FDA would commit to only sharing such information with trusted foreign regulators when they have proper and satisfactory assurances that the foreign agency will not disclose. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that necessary for us to do?
Yes.
I happen to think so. Now, Doctor, so then the agency would not share proprietary commercial information like the formulation of Coca-Cola with China or any foreign country. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
And FDA would protect that concern and that policy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, Doctor, I have a concern. We have the ability to regulate, to some degree, the shipment into this country of food, drug, cosmetics, and devices. How about the raw materials or the components of this? What is FDA's ability to regulate? Do you have a statutory ability to regulate or not?
We have very limited ability to regulate the supply chain of components.
Now, I must assume that being able to regulate that kind of activity and that kind of product would be extremely important to assure the safety of American consumers. Is that right?
Yes.
We found that out in the heparin case, did we not?
We did.
Now, we looked at this committee over the years at this problem of safety and that sort of thing. And one of the things that we found is that nobody seems to be able to keep out the admission of illegal substances, unsafe counterfeits, and things of that kind, including some controlled substances. And I sense that a part of that, although not all, is the inability of Food and Drug to have the money, the personnel, and the necessary cooperative agreements with other regulatory bodies that deal with entry of commodities and people into this country. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Do you need additional authority there?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I notice I have used all my time. I thank you for your courtesy.
Chair thanks the gentleman, and now recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Rogers, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Woodcock, I want to thank you and your staff for working with us on the permanent reauthorization of BPCA and PREA. Thank you very much for doing that. We think it's been productive. I introduced that legislation with my friend Ms. Eshu from California and Mr. Markey, and I think it's a representative of good bipartisan work, which included the committee's draft, is included in the committee's draft today. So I'm hoping that other members will join us in supporting that effort. I think they will, and I'm proud to say the bill has support of numerous stakeholders, as you know, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, Bio, and Pharma. So I think we're in a good place. We'll do good things, and Again, I want to thank you and your staff for that. While making these laws permanent, the bill also includes important reforms to encourage earlier submission of pediatric plans, give the FDA new enforcement tools to make sure sponsors meet their PREA commitments, and improve FDA's ability to track pediatric studies. I believe our bill strikes that right balance and will improve the pediatric drug research, and I hope all members on the committee can support it. And Dr. Woodcock, as you know, there was some language, actually I authored in 2007, began the process of developing a standard numerical identifier, or SNIs, to help the tracking and tracing of prescription drugs. However, the FDA currently does not have the authority to require the use of SNIs throughout the supply chain. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you're familiar with the proposal put forward by a broad group of stakeholders in the drug supply chain on this particular issue?
Yes.
Great. So if you agree that additional statutory authority is needed to protect the drug supply chain, and I assume you aren't comfortable waiting another 5 years, at least I hope you're not, for the next UFA reauthorization, to create a system that protects patient safety, I would encourage you to roll up your sleeves and sit down with this coalition, and I hope you can do that soon. I think it would be highly productive. And I believe there is a solution here that provides FDA with more authority than it has today, but does so in a reasonable, thoughtful way that balances costs and enhancements to patient safety in the supply chain. So I'm hoping that we can get a commitment that you'll sit down with that coalition and begin that process.
I would be happy to do so, and we obviously need to make advances in this area. We are seeing, as we saw recently with the counterfeit Avastin and others, we're seeing more incursions of actual drugs that are totally fake into the U.S. drug supply.
Which is highly concerning, and it's concerning for you as well. So I look forward to hearing reports on those coalition meetings. Hopefully they'll happen soon. Dr. Shuren, I have some concerns about that new proposal, and I know Mr. Shimkus talked about it a little bit on the 510K submissions. It's my understanding that they'd have to submit these submissions under your new rules for small manufacturing issues like changing suppliers. Is that correct?
In a number of cases, it depends. The supplier change may be something that actually doesn't get reported to us. It will depend.
But apparently there's then some confusion. But in some cases it would, in some cases it would not. Is that correct?
Yes, and we can actually get back to you with more details.
Okay, so there are details. So if I read that in total, as a manufacturer, I would understand when exactly I have to report or when I do not have to report. Because my understanding is there is confusion in the way it's written. And if you're on the manufacturing side of that, you're going to have to err on the side of reporting.
Yeah. So there are a number of parts in that guidance where confusion has arisen. We recognize that. Our intent in the guidance was to clarify circumstances for submitting a modification because we had guidance out there beforehand, and manufacturers were then running into circumstances where we've never addressed the question. They didn't know what to do. Our intent was to actually clarify in those circumstances. We recognize there's still a lot of confusion, which is why we've taken the effort to try to work with industry, and will continue to do so to provide clarity that will be most helpful to them. But our goal is not to suddenly raise up the bar and see many more 510Ks getting in the door.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the reality is that's what's happening, and that's where they're going through these processes now, believing that they have to do it. So
well, actually,
having future conversations aren't really all that helpful if you're spending money.
It's a draft guidance. So nothing has changed, and that's the whole point of the guidance process. We go out there, we get public comments, and we can work this through. That happens all the time. And if you actually look at the guidances we put out last year, it's about 44.
Yeah.
We heard concerns about maybe 3 of them in any big way, and that kind of shows the process ultimately works.
I hear you, but that's the difference between not having to meet a payroll, meeting the guidelines for the government that regulates you. They will start to make adjustments based on those guidelines. It will cost them money. They are doing it today, which is exactly why we're hearing from innovators, this isn't worth it anymore. It is easier for me to head overseas than it is to try to deal with what is an untenable regulatory environment. That's what concerns me. And this notion that it's all just fine and it's only guidance and nobody should worry about it is absolutely incongruent with the real world. That worries me greatly. And I hope you'll take a hard look at this and come back. And if that's the case, then start making serious indications to the folks who are actually under the gun for this investment to save kids' lives or devices or fill in the blank, that you'll make that early. Otherwise, they're going to have to make these adjustments. And I think that's what you're missing, and that's where the frustration is coming from. And I see my time is done, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to hearing about your progress and the coalition's effort to bring manufacturing and clinical trials back to the United States would be great.
We would be happy to do it. We'd actually be happy to come and talk to you in more detail on what's going on with clinical trials. In fact, some of the policies, if you really want to get technology to this country and keep it here, you focus on the very first clinical studies, because the innovators have said loud and clear, if it's a good opportunity to start clinical studies here, we bring the technology here, we keep it here, because we keep going back to the same doctors, and we put out policy in November to actually make it easier to start those early studies and start it earlier in device development than ever before. The feedback was very positive. In fact, companies have wanted to act under a draft policy, and we've allowed them if they've wanted to because they like that policy so much. And we've heard very good feedback from the innovators on that. For modifications, it's a draft policy. It is not in effect. And we will work with companies, and we're happy to come back and give you updates on it to finally get it right. And as I said, this is one where we anticipate we would go out with another draft before even moving to final.
Thank you, Doctor. Chair thanks the gentleman, and now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Capps, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to our guests, thank you very much for being here today. Appreciate your testimony, Dr. Shuren. A couple of months ago at our hearing on medical device user fees, I had asked you about the Sentinel system for post-market surveillance. The PDUFA 5 agreement allows for post-market surveillance of prescription drugs through the Sentinel system. However, the same progress has not been made on the device side, and the bill draft before us does not address this issue. And that's why I'm working on language that would start the process of adding devices to the Sentinel program. I believe this would be a win-win for patients and the industry, because patients would gain the security that potential device issues would be found early and recalls targeted to only those devices at risk. Similarly, industry would have the knowledge that data, not newspaper articles, would drive safety decisions. So I'd like to have you, I want to have a question for Dr. Woodcock as well, but I'd like you to discuss, please, the opportunities for Sentinel in the device space as you see them.
We think great engagement for devices in Sentinel could be of tremendous value for not only patients but also for companies, as we can identify if there's a problem more quickly so we don't get those big newspaper articles, and even more robust systems that we might be able to leverage in terms of informing for pre-market review and ease some of the burden there. The barriers right now, the biggest one is we don't have out there a unique device identifier as we have on the drug side, and therefore it is hard to link an actual device with a patient's experience with the device. And we have developed proposed legislation that's regulation, can't do legislation yet, regulation that's currently under review by the administration that will help. And it was helpful when Congress said that Sentinel should be there, should be for drugs, because it gave a push to people to engage. We don't have quite the same push on the device side.
Well, so if we could get some language in this bill that would give you that push, if you will, would that be of value to you? And do you see that it's not a one-to-one corollary, I'm sure, but that there are ways to make it possible for a direct connection to be made, or at least some kind of connection to be made from the device to the patient's experience?
Yes, we do think that could be helpful.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Dr. Woodcock, I appreciate your testimony as well. Back in February at our hearing where you testified on generic drug user fees, you and I had discussed the drug shortage problems this country is facing. It's still facing them. It's a very important issue that affects and affected then and continues to affect a great number of people, including many of my constituents. And I had shared one story at that hearing. Given the gravity of this situation, I'm pleased to see that current legislation now before us includes measures to try to address this problem. But I'm concerned that the way the draft is written, it could preclude from some health care providers from being involved. Currently, in 3 separate sections of the FDA user fee discussion draft, the bill lists stakeholders to be consulted with in regards to drug shortages. However, it doesn't specify what kind of stakeholders, and health providers like nurse practitioners and physician assistants are notably absent from these lists, despite the fact that the work they do has been affected by drug shortages, in some ways even more directly, because they're so much on the front lines. This is evident, for example, in a nurse anesthetist's difficulty finding anesthesia drugs, or an oncology nurse practitioner who is the actual person who dispenses the medication under the doctor's direction, and they see firsthand the cancer shortages. So would you share with us your thought on the kinds of stakeholder engagement with regard to drug shortages?
Well, we believe that we need to hear from the whole prescribing community, which includes a wide range of individuals. Also, the entire pharmacy community is a very important resource for us. So the stakeholders are almost anyone who uses, dispenses, prescribes, or manages the drug supply in this country. And so it is a very broad group of people.
And I thank you for that. I believe there is an easy fix here, which I'm sort of saying to our committee members to ensure participation, and then just including the phrase all relevant health professionals, not just doctors and hospitals. And that's something you would then agree with?
Yes.
That would be useful language to
yes.
include. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady. And now I recognize the gentlelady, North Carolina, Ms. Myrick, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank both of you for being here. Dr. Woodcock, as you know, the discussion draft at hand makes an effort to further address the drug shortage issue, and I know the FDA is paying close attention to shortage issues as well as working with DOJ on issues of price gouging and stockpiling. But it recently came to my attention that there appears to be a growing problem with drug shortages for trauma and critical care patients. So I've got two questions for you. Does the FDA have a sense of how widespread the shortage is for drugs often used in trauma and critical care settings? And how do the FDA and DEA need to work together to prevent further shortages in controlled substances used in critical care field? For example, are there changes that need to be made to the DEA number assignment system for controlled substances that are being substituted in the event of a shortage, or are there other interagency solutions that could alleviate the shortage problem for DEA-controlled drugs, you know, short of an act of Congress, something that you could do internally or with the other agencies?
Well, on the first question, we're well aware that both critical care settings and trauma settings are being impacted by drug shortages. The shortages are for sterile injectable products that are injected directly into, say, a vein or your IV line, primarily. And these actually are used in a wide variety, unfortunately, of very important medical illnesses, very serious and life-threatening illnesses used in ICUs and emergency rooms and so on, as well as in cancer treatment. And we are aware of these shortages. We've heard from the professional societies. I have heard personally, and we're doing everything we can. This year we've averted 22 shortages already because we've had early notification. However, their shortages do remain, and they are causing serious consequences for the public. As far as the DEA, we work closely with the DEA. They have a system of allocating materials to companies based on, we provide information to the DEA on the projected use for each year as part of their process. Right. And we work with them on shortages, informing them and so forth. But I believe that further discussion of this might require going into more detail, and we'd be happy to work with you on that.
I would appreciate it very much if you could get back to us, because that is an issue I think that there may be some solutions, as other people have said with other things. I've got a second question, too. Your testimony goes into some detail about FDA's calculation of risk and benefit when it comes to approving treatments for fatal diseases. And you list a recently approved metastatic melanoma drug as an example of this risk-benefit approval calculation. State it poses severe and even fatal autoimmune reactions in 12.9% of the patients treated, yet the drug was approved. The drug's not a cure, but, you know, patients successfully treated live months longer than with others. My question is, was this drug approved in tandem with a screening test to distinguish the patients who might respond well from those who might suffer serious autoimmune responses?
No, there is, I think scientifically we aren't there yet to be able to predict that. I'm a rheumatologist, and I can tell you our understanding of rheumatic diseases and autoimmunity is still not as advanced as it should be.
Well, would it not be helpful to do some screening tests to try and figure out, in addition to what you're doing on this issue?
Absolutely, and we support at FDA the concept of personalized medicine. It's simply that scientifically we don't have the tools to develop such a test, and because the patients can develop a wide range of autoimmune symptoms,
yes.
and to predict each one of those and whether people would develop autoimmunity against their thyroid or their brain or their vessels, we don't have the technology to do that right now. But in the future, that is the future of medicine.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentlelady, and now I recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank both of you for your testimony. Dr. Shuren, I want to revisit a topic we discussed at the February 15th MDUFA reauthorization hearing. There have been suggestions that FDA's mission statement should be changed to include things like job creation and innovation. And in fact, the draft House User Fee bill does include those changes to the FDA mission statement. And when you testified in February, you spoke about the, quote, unintended consequences, unquote, that could lead to, quote, troublesome changes, unquote, at the agency, changes that could actually slow down or complicate the review process, not to mention change the standard of evidence for product approvals. You also said that changing the mission statement could even force the FDA to expose confidential industry information, something industry was telling you, please don't do, and could require the FDA to review commercial financial records. So I'm asking if you could comment on the implications of revising the FDA mission statement to include things like promoting innovation, economic growth, competitiveness, and I'm particularly interested in whether you think these should be a part of the core mission of a public health agency. I would also like to know whether these and other requirements in the mission statement might be the basis for lawsuits or other challenges against the agency.
Well, we do have concerns about some of the changes that would be made to our mission statement, and you highlighted economic growth or job creation is of concern. If this now becomes a part of what we take into account in making decisions, think about approval decisions. Whose jobs are we talking about? The job of the companies that coming in with a product and they may get some more jobs, or the competitors who may lose jobs. In fact, when there's disruptive technology, it's many of the competitors, there's shakeups in the market, and some of the companies, their product lines go and people's jobs may go. We're talking about foreign companies, we're talking about U.S. companies, and we now take into account financial considerations in terms of those companies and anticipated market growth or not. Those are things our scientists shouldn't be dealing with. We should focus on science in assuring that the products come on the market that are safe and effective, but that we're also, and that's protecting public health, and we're also promoting public health, which is already in our mission statement. Regarding lawsuits, just within the past few months, we've had 2 lawsuits where the mission was cited. It's one of the bases for that lawsuit, and we do see that coming. So if there are changes to the mission statement, yes, people use that as a basis for lawsuits.
Thank you. Those changes concern me very much as taking away from the core mission that that you have, and I would also like Dr. Woodcock, because the dramatic changes to the FDA mission statement would apply across all product areas, including drugs. I wonder if you could also comment on those proposed changes.
I agree with Dr. Shuren. We neither have the expertise to figure out the economic consequences and parse them finally, nor our primary public is the people who take medicines for drugs and the people who prescribe and give those medicines. To them we owe our central obligation of making sure those drugs are safe and effective and they reach them as rapidly as possible. So I see this could have negative consequences.
And you're suggesting that those negative consequences could be on patients, industry, the agency. What are your main concerns? It would be, I mean, would you view this as a distraction from what you're currently doing?
Yes, and I view that it would be primarily that we would have challenges of our approval decisions based on factors that most people would consider extraneous to whether the product will really help people. Right? That has to be our main consideration. Is it effective in the population? Is it safe? And if we are asked, that is what I believe we should be focused on, impact on patients.
Well, I agree. I think this would be a dramatic shift in focus, and one that really the agency has no historical expertise, nor, in my view, should it. So I thank you and yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady. Recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Murphy, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Woodcock, welcome back. I always appreciate your candor and information to us. Thank you. I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Dingle, in working with us on some of the issues involving GDUFA. And finally, in your testimony, I want to thank you for working on the accelerated approval of Kalydeco for cystic fibrosis. Many of the patients that I know in my area are grateful for that. I know it's a small step, but it's a significant step, and I think is an example of why we need to be moving on some things with accelerated action here. At a recent Senate hearing, you stated you're talking about the challenges in international factory inspections. Here was your answer. You said there are two issues here. One is the FDA's ability to inspect those foreign facilities, and the generic drug user fee program squarely addresses that, and I will level the playing field and make sure that the intensity of inspection, domestic, foreign, no matter where, will be the same, and we'll be able to use a risk-based approach to inspection. Now, under the GDUFA goals letter, the FDA says it wants to achieve biennial inspection of foreign plants within 5 years. So here's my two-part question. First, is your answer from the Senate hearing still true? And two, can the FDA achieve parity between foreign and domestic facility inspections within the 5-year, 1.5 billion time zone outlined in GDUFA?
Yes, we believe that the answer is true. I was at a meeting yesterday where we're discussing this with our field organization and the Center for Drugs, how we would implement this inspectional program, and we would really look forward to having that global safety net in place.
Thank you. And now I should disclose an important generic drug manufacturer, Mylan, is headquartered in my district, and we want to make sure that any inspections they have to go through are equivalent to what takes place overseas. Now, my understanding is that based on the current statute, the FDA inspects domestic plants more frequently because they are looking for so-called, quote, known risks, unquote, even if the plant has no history of problems. But inspectors don't have the same body of knowledge about foreign factories because they haven't been there, and sometimes not in the last decade. So, Dr. Woodcock, will you agree that inspections have a certain comfort level visiting domestic factories because there is a record of inspection history that helps to identify known risks to these factories?
My understanding is that we have a statutory requirement to inspect domestic facilities every 2 years, and that is partly what drives the frequency of inspection. It's also that there's considerable logistical challenges to covering the globe. Mm-hmm. But the Center for Drugs has a risk-based approach to inspecting facilities. We try to identify the facilities that pose the most risk, including the fact that we don't know very much about them, right? And try to target our inspections based on those risks. In addition, we do pre-approval inspection. So that drives quite a few inspections because we try, before a drug is released onto the market, we want to know that the facility that's producing it, and often it's multiple facilities, are in compliance.
Well, thank you. I mean, I'm just concerned here that if you go to a domestic factory, you see a problem, you could follow up, or even a suspicion something might have happened. But if we have long time delays, and I understand the global problems there, but it is a concern that there's not the same follow-up. If Congress directs the FDA away from a statutory requirement to inspect facilities once every 2 years and instead allows the agency to adopt a risk-based approach, what factors might the agency consider using to determine what is a facility in need of inspection versus one that may not be?
Well, we currently have a model. Obviously, one of them is how recently have we been to the facility and how much do we know about it. And really, the less we know, the more important it is to know more and to visit the facility. But also, for example, parenteral drugs that have to be sterile, are a higher bar of manufacturing than tablets or capsules or creams, so that's a factor. The number of products that are produced in a facility increases the ups the ante of risk, so to speak, because it's harder. There are more chance for mix-ups and so on if you have a lot of products made on the line. We have multiple factors like that that are technical on the challenges of manufacturing that go into the calculation, as well as the history of the firm. Have they been having problems? Has that facility had problems in the past? That should prompt more frequent visits.
Well, thank you. I know that I'm just about out of time, but I wanted to also note that I'm exploring putting guidance into the FDA for placing a higher priority on inspecting foreign plants that have not been visited within the last 4 years. I could see this as beneficial for public safety because I think it would establish something of a psychology for plants that haven't been visited in the past 4 years that the FDA might be visiting soon. And I welcome your thoughts on that, too. And also, in the goals letter for GDUFA, the FDA estimates there are 2,000 finished dosage form FDF and active pharmaceutical ingredients manufacturing facilities that are associated with generic drug applications. I hope you could get to me in the future and let us know if this estimate included all the FDF and API facilities. And does the FDA believe that there are other registered facilities under its jurisdiction that solely support branded applications? I'll get you those questions in writing, and I appreciate some feedback. Again, Doctor, thank you for your candor. I really respect your comments. I'll yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Recognize gentleman from Utah, Mr. Matheson, 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to acknowledge how you've been working in a real bipartisan manner on the reauthorization of this. I really appreciate that. Over the past several years, I've worked with drug supply chain stakeholders in crafting legislation to develop a national system to better protect our nation's drug supply against counterfeiting threats. Last year, I introduced legislation along with my colleague, Mr. Bilbray, to address this issue, and I certainly want to thank him for all the work he's done with me on that bill. Recently, a consortium of stakeholders from all sectors of the supply chain have come together to craft a proposal to address counterfeiting and supply chain safety. I'm pleased to see that many of the elements of the legislation that I have worked on were included in this RX Tech proposal. I'm supportive of this proposal, and I hope to see its inclusion in this year's user fee authorization. And I'd like to note that the last time this committee attempted to work on a national track and trace system, we failed because there was no consensus among the supply chain stakeholders. The FDA has raised concerns over this proposal because it does not mandate a unit-level system by a date certain. Dr. Woodcock, in your written testimony, you note that Congress should provide FDA with the authority to require a, quote, cost-effective track and trace system in order to improve the security and integrity of the drug supply and ensure transparency and accountability of product manufacturing and distribution. However, many in the supply chain have raised concerns that a date-certain mandate approach would be cost-prohibitive and create a logistical challenge that could actually endanger the drug supply chain. So the questions I have for you, Dr. Woodcock, first, how do we ensure that a date-certain approach is in fact cost-effective and does not have unintended consequences such as job loss or further exacerbating the growing drug shortage problem in this country?
Well, to start with, I would like to say that, again, that we need to look at the problem we're trying to solve and make sure that any interventions we take will solve the problems that we're trying to address. My understanding with the track and trace is we're trying to deal with counterfeits, stolen drugs that are reintroduced, recalls, substandard drugs, and so forth, and prevent them from actually reaching patients and harming people. We are concerned about the current proposal by the coalition. We have talked to them. As I said, I'm happy to meet with them, but that it will not meet the objectives of preventing those problems. Right? It may help, in my analysis, it may help in reconstructing what went wrong after the fact. But if you want to interdict counterfeits and tampered drugs and so forth from reaching patients, then you have to be able to recognize it at the time it's introduced into the system. And so any system, any new requirements that don't accomplish that may not be worth the cost because they may be additional things that people have to do, but if they don't accomplish the objectives of protecting patients, they may not be worth it.
Okay, I'm all for looking for the objective, but you just mentioned cost. It may not be worth the cost. I'm suggesting that the concerns are raised is if you want a date certain mandate, that is going to have negative consequences. And so my question is, how do we evaluate, how do you intend to look at if there's going to be the cost effect is not going to be a problem here?
Well, I think that we've been looking at this. We plan to develop and are developing voluntary standards that we would put out that people could use, and hoping that the technology, which many products in the market are tracked this way already, not pharmaceuticals, all right? Sure. So hoping that the technology will reach a state where it will be cost effective and not excessively burdensome.
I'm going to, because I got two more questions I want to get in, although I have to admit, hoping technology gets there and saying date certain, those things in my mind are in conflict. I don't actually think that matches well. Noting some of the challenges that the California law is facing, I'm trying to understand why this date certain approach would work at a federal level when it has caused difficulties at the state level in California, and should we not look at the type of systems that are feasible across the supply chain system before we decide what and when to mandate?
Well, I do believe that we should look at feasibility, absolutely. However, many of the stakeholders have told us they're worried about having 50 different systems.
That's why I introduced my bill. I'm here yet. We need a national standard.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out why we're going to mandate.
But that means we have to settle on the technology if we do that, and what is going to be tracked and how it's going to be tracked. And that has been difficult because right now the costs have been fairly significant to some of the stakeholders because they don't do this now. They don't electronically track the products as they move through the supply chain and all the way to the patient. So I agree. There's trade-offs here, and it will cost money to put such a system into place.
I just close by saying I think the RX Tech proposal represents a consensus of a lot of the stakeholders. It does agree on a one-size-fits-all for the country, not 50 different state approaches. And I think we ought to continue this discussion about looking for if there's a way to accommodate this proposal without mandating a date-certain approach. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen, and recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, for 5 minutes for questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back to the committee. Great to see you again. Kind of going in a little bit different direction here. Dr. Woodcock, I know of a number of hospital systems that are coping with the hospital drug shortage by repackaging those drugs into smaller dosages. And these hospitals have also noted that in meeting with them that the current law does not allow for the hospital to repackage a drug for use in another hospital within their own system. And we have quite a few systems, of course, not only in Ohio, but across the country. And this appears to be an older regulation dating back to when hospitals were typically only in one building before they became the hospital systems. Has the FDA looked at updating this requirement to allow for repackaging within the same hospital system?
I would have to get back to you on that. I do not think that we would object to such practices if they would help alleviate shortages. But whether there's a law in the books that is being interpreted as prohibiting that, I'm not aware of that.
Well, and again, I'm glad to hear that because, again, it seems like it would be a logical way to help solve it because, again, if one hospital has it, they could get it out to maybe one or others in the same locale. That would be helpful because, again, it would help alleviate those shortages.
We, if I may interject,
yeah,
we allow pharmacy compounding. Usually the hospital pharmacy would be handling these products, and they would be the one to put it into smaller vials or whatever. So that's why I'm confused about why they feel that that isn't allowed. And we will get back to you on that.
I appreciate that. And, over time, it would help alleviate because, again, when we've been talking about these shortages, I know when you've been here before, we've had quite a bit of discussion about that as to how to alleviate it. And when you have the situation that, at least in the chain, that one of the hospitals has the ability to supply the other ones, it would be very helpful. And so I look forward to your response on that because we'd like to get back to these hospitals to be able to say that they can get this done and help alleviate that problem. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen, and recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Dr. Cassidy, for 5 minutes for questions.
I always enjoy both your testimonies. Thank you. And as a practicing physician, I respect what you said earlier, Dr. Shuren, that the FDA's obligation is to protect patients' health. I thank you for that, too. I'd like to build upon, Dr. Woodcock, our conversation last time, which was very good. Last time we agreed, I think we agreed, that a valid prescription would be important to have, not just for controlled substances as currently, but also for non-controlled drugs. So I just want to state that for the record.
I agree.
Secondly, we also spoke a lot about illegitimate online pharmacies. Now, you had mentioned the VIPS program, which I had mentioned as a practicing physician married to a physician we did not know about. But since then, we've kind of looked at it. Mm-hmm. I gather that this, although a good effort, only has about 30 pharmacies listed, even though it's estimated there are about 1,500 legitimate pharmacies and just an explosion of illegitimate pharmacies. And secondly, we still have, despite our conversation last time, there continues to be reports of adulterated drugs causing harmful effects to patients here in the U.S. So that said, Representative Ross and I, in a companion bill to something that Senator Feinstein and Korn and others have introduced on the other side, have our online pharmacy bill, requesting that FDA compile a registry of legitimate online pharmacies so that I, as a doc, or I, as a patient, or I, as a dad of a patient, could log on and see, is this a legitimate online pharmacy? I gather FDA has some objections to that. Could you kind of go through those objections?
Certainly. They're practical difficulties in us doing that. As you said, there's a huge plethora of pharmacies that are probably not legitimate that consumers can order their drugs from, and often they have no assurance that those are actual drugs. And often
that's why we have the bill.
Yeah, so we're in agreement on the problem, right? We have trouble certifying an internet site that would be legitimate. I mean, we have difficulties.
But see, the National Association of, I have it listed here, the NABP, mm-hmm. currently does that.
Yes.
So why can they do it and the government cannot? Or why could you just not contract with them to ask them to do it?
I think it's worth discussion on how to establish a broader list of legitimate pharmacies. It's just it's another work stream that we don't actually understand how we could accomplish very well.
Now, in our bill, we allow you to contract out. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can tell you, Google can tell you who's legitimate and who's illegitimate. I mean, Google, the big internet.
I know Google, but we're talking about a pharmacy here, all right? And so,
but they advertise via Google.
Yes.
And so I suspect that it is not an impossibility to do it. You may not have the expertise, nor I, but I promise you, NABP has that expertise, mm-hmm. and our bill allows you to contract out to them. Mm-hmm. Why not?
Well, we are not sure that a certification by the federal government would have to be very frequent inspection of the distribution center, because you have a web page, but there's not necessarily a brick and mortar entity behind that you
now
can...
in there we do require to have some sort of U.S. asset.
Yes.
And we've spoken with NABP. Obviously, one concern is someone could come in as legitimate and flip to being rogue.
Exactly. That's one of our concerns.
NABP says that's never occurred in their experience. And
of course, they only have 15 in there.
Or 30.
Or 30.
That said, at some point we have to move beyond existential fear. Okay. Oh my gosh, we don't know all the unknowns.
Yes.
And say, if we're going to protect patients' safety, mm-hmm. and we know this is an incredible problem, let's embrace the fear, if you will. Mm-hmm. Again, why do we allow existential fear to paralyze our efforts to protect our patients?
I don't think it's existential fear. I believe that we are having difficulty conceiving of how we would add this program to our existing programs. So we would be very happy to work with you on this and talk to you about it.
I'd love it if you'd be happy to say, yeah, I'll support the bill, because we'll contract this out and there's someone out there that can do it, which I think is a logical thing. Someone out there knows how to do it, even if the federal government doesn't. When I go through TSA, they know everything about me. To think that we can't figure out who's legitimate and illegitimate just seems not quite to make sense to me. I have 2 seconds left, but you've been giving everybody slack. Can I quickly ask one more question? Dr. Shuren, the unique identifier that has been proposed, unique ID that's been suggested for medical devices, it's my understanding has been held up at OMB for 5 years. That's what I was told. Maybe it's not 5 years, maybe it's a shorter period of time. But even at the glacial pace at which government works, that seems a way to take a proposal and never get it out. Any thoughts about why OMB is holding up a unique ID system which really could help us improve safety of medical devices?
It's probably a question best put to the administration. I will say the rule has been under review since July of 2011, so not 5 years.
Oh, good. So I'm comforted as regards that.
Yes. Well, sometimes when people hear that things take longer, sometimes it's not always correct.
Okay. Well, okay. So, and any idea? Is there an ongoing discussion, or is it just a wall of silence? Do you have any sense of is there progress being made on this?
We continue to engage with OMB. It's our certainly hope. We believe it's important to have a unique device identification system in place in the United States. It will be critical to have a robust post-market surveillance system. It will help in terms of recalls and adverse event reporting, but can also allow us to have a system in which we may get sufficiently good data that can be used to support new products coming to market. So it's not just about better understanding a benefit risk profile once out the gate. It may actually be able to help companies in reducing the new evidence they need to generate to bring a new device to the U.S.
I yield back. Thank you.
Chair, thank you, gentlemen. Yield recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, for 5 minutes for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, Dr. Shuren, I just have a comment. I know we've met in my office over medical device approval processes. I thought that was a very good, productive meeting, and you've talked today about the first-time approvals or the innovators and the least burdensome and getting it right, being safe and effective, but also efficient. I think that's important. So I appreciate that because it's been a big concern of mine that we're having people go overseas to get their products approved, but not going to the least common denominator, going to the European Union and other areas and trying to get approved. And so we just need to just be interested in, as our job is oversight monitoring, how that goes forward, and appreciate your openness and meeting and on that. But Dr. Woodcock, there's a question I have. I talked to an anesthesiologist and ethicist, and of course, in the childhood cancer drugs of the shortages. And I know if there's a shortage in a drug, I guess you can all go to an alternative source if a manufacturer can't produce the drug. And how does that process work? I mean, how do you actually make that happen?
We hope usually we would get early notification from a manufacturer that they may be having to go out of production or reduce production, not meet the supply. Mm-hmm. We'll then look around to any other manufacturers who ever made that drug, all right, mm-hmm. and see if they can ramp up so that we would avert the shortage. If that doesn't happen, then we might look outside the United States to people who are making a comparable drug elsewhere, and we would check with other regulatory authorities to make sure their production was proper and that the history of the drug, so make sure we're not introducing a substandard drug into the United States. And then we would allow importation of that drug to cover if a shortage actually developed, and we would talk to that manufacturer.
Is there a formal process for that?
A formal process?
Formal process. Does somebody have to notify you when they know they're not going to make shipments and things like that, or is it something that you have to react to, I guess?
Well, there is some requirement to notify us, but of course there's interest in more formalizing that notification process, and we think that would be helpful.
And I've had people talk about having to delay surgeries for anesthesia and the childhood cancer. Those are the two I mentioned. I know there are others.
Yes.
But since you have a handful that seem to be the bigger issue, do you have like a list of people that can come online when you need to get them online, or
we've done extraordinary efforts to try and deal with this situation. The problem is that these are sterile injectables. There were only a few facilities in the United States that made these. They made large numbers of products, so hundreds of products, all right? Mm-hmm. And they had problems that they had to take their production offline, and it almost sort of happened, it was like a perfect storm of problems. So we're having to look elsewhere and we're working with them as closely as possible to try to bring them back up into production of these medically necessary drugs.
Do you think that it would be helpful to have some kind of program that maybe manufacturers could voluntarily participate in? I know there's some areas you're just going to get blindsided because something happened in a production facility? I'm in a manufacturing person, not pharmacy, but I know sometimes things happen in your manufacturing facility. But do you think if there's be a more formal program that maybe companies could volunteer to participate in, manufacturers that could react quicker? Or do you think
We've heard from the private sector, and they are putting together some efforts on exchanging information and providing better information to us, and we think that things like that would help also. I would stress that we already have the flexibility. We will allow the manufacturers to continue in production, even if they're having manufacturing problems. Maybe they'll release batch by batch. We've even had them have manufacturers send a filter with the product. It had particulates in it, which can't go into your veins.
Yes.
But we let them put a filter in after tests showed that would work, and ship that with the product so that product would be, so people could have anesthesia or they could have their cancer drugs. So we have a lot of flexibility. We do a lot of things now, but it would probably help us to get more information earlier.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that very much, and I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Blackburn. 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Shuren, I had a couple of questions for you. I really wanted to follow up on a letter that some of my colleagues and I sent to you earlier regarding the wireless medical devices and the mobile medical applications. And you've talked a little bit about bringing technology and keeping technology-based jobs here in the country, talking to innovators. So I wish that you would take a couple of minutes and just detail what primary activities related to wireless health services and health devices are underway at the FDA, including the independent and jointly with the FCC and the ONC, if you will. If you'll just talk about what is underway there. And then I'd also like to know who is tasked. If you've got one person that is tasked with overseeing the policy development in this area, looking at regulations, guidance, documents, etc.
Certainly. For wireless technology specifically, we are working on guidance to provide greater clarity to industry. We know this is a booming market, and we want to make sure that innovators have the information they need to help bring those products to market. We've been working with the FCC. We sort of have split responsibility because they oversee what spectrum may be available, and then we assure that when we're dealing with medical devices, that they're safe and effective. And so we have been getting together periodically to assure there's good coordination where there are those areas in which we engage, and to also make sure that we stay out of each other's way.
And do you have one specific point person that's handling that?
The person on our end who handles that engagement is Bakul Patel.
Okay.
And he's in my office.
Okay. And then is he handling the intra-agency coordination as well as the interagency?
Yes, that's correct. So one person.
So he's the guy in charge, basically, on that.
So to speak, yes.
Okay. And then could we get a listing or a memo that would give us more or less the primary activities related to these wireless devices that are underway? Could you give us a little bit more information or guidance on that? And you can submit that in writing.
We'd be happy to do so. We can also provide any more information regarding medical apps, an area where I think you know we took a position of while many of these apps could be under FDA authority, we actually made the decision that, you know what, for the majority of these, they shouldn't come to us even if they should as a matter of law, and we're really narrowing.
So are you traveling then with your guidance to which, and this is one of my other questions for you, realizing that there is a difference between medical devices and medical software? Are you moving that direction to being able to provide that guidance?
So there is also guidance on clinical decision support software. Some software has been regulated as medical devices for years. What we're doing is in going back for those kinds of software to say some of these things, you know what, we shouldn't even look at, even though they might fall under our purview, and a lot of things that otherwise we would, we're going to come out with a policy that says we're leaving you
so
alone.
you're adjusting what would and would not fall under the Drug and Cosmetics Act of 1970.
We're going even further to say, even if you fall under it, we may go out and say, we'll exercise enforcement discretion. Don't worry about it. You don't have to come to us. We're going to narrow actually our purview even further than what the law may otherwise say. We're trying to adapt to the emerging technologies and adapt our approach to the business models for software, because we realize that even in those cases where it comes to us, you can't apply a traditional approach. There needs to have the ability to make frequent updates and for us not to get in the way of that technology.
Okay, should we as legislators go in here and update the definitions of devices and software based on those advances in technology that you just touched on?
We don't think there's a need for it.
Okay.
And, you know, one of the challenges is when you make the change in statute, it winds up having broad ramifications. It's very hard to put in something that applies the appropriate touch, if you will, and that's why we're able to do it through a public process with policy changes where we can
Okay,
get to
let
the
me
right
ask
place.
you this then. You just talked about some of the software updates. I get notices for updates for different software packages all the time. I mean, it seems like almost a daily occurrence. So would each update that goes out, if it's under your jurisdiction, would each update need a separate approval process, or how do you envision that working?
No, and in fact, we're kind of looking to have an approach where you can make those kind of routine changes in software and not have to bother coming to us. It would only be certain things where you really change the technology itself and what it was about, where that's an issue. And even there, the universe where we're going to be focusing is very, very narrow, even though more things might fall under our purview. So we're truly restricting where we would focus. And where, at the end of the day, there's the value added. But you'll see that the majority of the stuff out there, where our intent is to just leave it alone.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Chair thanks gentlelady. Recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Gingrey, for 5 minutes for questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I'll address my first question to Dr. Woodcock. Excuse me. First of all, let me apologize for coming in at the last minute. We had a concurrent hearing that I chaired, so I apologize for that. In reference to antibiotic shortage in general and specifically the GAIN Act in particular, I know that my colleague on the other side of the aisle, the ranking member, Mr. Waxman, had talked about that a little earlier this morning in regard to this limited population antibiotic drug proposal. The staff at FDA told my staff just this Monday that the FDA has not officially, not endorsed the LPAD, if you can call it that proposal. Has the FDA officially endorsed the limited population antibiotic drug proposal as part of the GAIN Act or in any way?
Well, the Commissioner, Dr. Hamburg, and I have talked about this, a program like this, to many different stakeholders. So we certainly feel that it's something that should be considered by Congress. But of course, there's nothing specific in the GAIN Act right now that reflects this proposal. So we do feel that it would be beneficial. It would provide, the GAIN Act provides long-term incentives, okay, for companies to move back into the antibiotic space. The a shortened development program, a very narrow development program, would provide that short-term incentive. In fact, I have already heard from a company that has written me a letter asking if they could be designated as one of these products because they would be interested in entering that space if they had a very clear development path to market.
Yeah. Well, I understand, you know, and you said that you and Dr. Hamburg have discussed it, and certainly I'm not saying that the proposal does not have merit. I'm just suggesting that at this late date, industry has some concerns in regard to making this part of the GAIN Act and subsequently, of course, part of PDUFA. It's not that, from my perspective, we're not willing, as you and Dr. Hamburg or have had some discussions and we would have some discussions as well. But I wanted to very specifically ask, and I will do that one more time. The FDA has not officially endorsed this. Is that correct?
The administration has not put forth a proposal.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Woodcock. Dr. Shuren, there's a line in the FDA industry agreement that reads, the FDA proposes to work with industry to develop a transitional IVD, in vitro diagnostics approach for the regulation of emerging diagnostics. Dr. Shuren, can you explain to me what this means exactly?
Well, actually, this is something that industry put on the table, and they put it after 13 months of negotiation back and forth. It actually came up in our second to last meeting, so it was at the very end. And even though we've committed in MEDUFA 3 to talk about it, we've actually already been meeting with industry on it. What we've seen is, to date, a very broad brush proposal that needs a lot of work, but we will work with industry and MEDUFA 3 in putting it forward. And the broad brushstrokes are about for certain IVDs yet to kind of be determined, would they come on the market under a lower standard than currently is in place for products to get on the market in the U.S., with a requirement that they provide the additional data to show that they're ultimately safe and effective at a later date in time, and if not, to then come off the market. Those are the broad brushstrokes. One of the issues we'll also have to tackle with are the implications for the FDA, because even if we went down that path, it involves 2 reviews and 2 decisions on the part of the FDA for every single one of those devices going through, as opposed to the 1 review and the 1 decision, and those kind of resource implications we didn't address in.
Well, let me ask you this. Dr. Shuren, I'm about to run out of time, and I had one other question I wanted to ask. But does the FDA see the benefit and support transitional pathway approaches? Do you believe that such a pathway can benefit patients and industry?
Right now, we need to work with industry on exactly what this is and what the ramifications would be. Something we committed to do.
Will you keep the committee updated on the talks with industry in these coming months? I think
yes,
I very much appreciate that. And real quickly, Mr. Chairman, get it in under the line. And this is also, Dr. Shuren, a review of the Office of Device Evaluation's annual report shows a decline in the percentage of IDEs approved on the first IDE review cycle. They dropped actually from 76% approval in FY 2000 down to 56% 9 years later, 2009. What is the explanation for the huge drop in IDEs approved on the first review cycle between 2009 and 2010? And real quickly, is it true that with each new review cycle, a company must pay additional user fee for one product, and these multiple review cycles are a strain on the FDA's valuable time and resources? So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. If maybe Dr. Shuren could quickly respond to that.
Certainly. There are no user fees tied to the review of IDEs, so we don't get any funding, additional funding from industry for that. What has happened over time, and this is what we're addressing, is that we've got cases where we were not consistently applying the least burdensome principle. So a decision was held up because a reviewer might be coming back to say, we think you should be doing a better study, when in fact the study was really good enough for its intended purpose moving forward. And the second is where approvals were being held up to get answers to questions that either did not need to be answered at that time, they may be something for later on, or they were questions that it would be nice to know, but we don't need to know it. And that's why we put out draft policy in November of 2011 to sort of free that up, to lay out very clearly, here are all different circumstances where we should approve that trial, and these are other issues that can be put off to later. In fact, allowing for some cases where we never would have let the trial go through, even in the past, where we might actually do a staged approval, let some patients come in, make sure there's good data for safety, and let it move forward. That's the kind of flexibility we're trying to
Well, I am real encouraged to hear that response, Dr. Shuren. Thank you. And, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence.
And if I can just add that the IDE first cycles have dropped. This year in 2012, they've actually been going upwards for the first time. So.
Chair, thanks the
thank
gentleman. That concludes the subcommittee questioning. We have a couple of members On the full committee who would like to ask questions without objection, we'll go to them at this time. Mr. Markey from Massachusetts, recognized for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Pallone for allowing me to participate in today's legislative hearing. I also thank you for including the Bipartisan Pediatric Research Equity Act and the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children's Act that I was proud to work on with Mr. Rogers and Ms. Eshoo, and I look forward to continuing to work on these important bills. Dr. Shuren, I am concerned that the current discussion draft misses an important opportunity to improve the safety of medical devices. If a car is recalled because it had faulty brakes, no consumer would want to purchase a new car with the same brake problem. Yet when it comes to medical devices that are implanted in patients' bodies, companies can and do base their products on faulty predecessor technologies. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. But when it comes to medical devices, we have an insane policy that makes no sense. Devices have been recalled because they severely injured patients, and they are used again and again as models for new devices with devastating, life-altering consequences for the patients who are injured by them. In fact, just last month, I issued a report that documented this problem in detail and shared the stories of patients whose lives were destroyed as a result of this federal loophole. Under current law, the vast majority of medical devices are not required to undergo clinical testing in humans before being sold. Instead, companies need only prove that their new device is substantially equivalent in technology and use to a device that FDA has previously cleared, known as the predicate technology. As we heard, Dr. Shuren, from your exchange with Dr. Burgess, if the device proves to be substantially equivalent to a device that is now known to be defective, the FDA has no choice. The FDA is legally obligated to clear that product for market. The law does not clearly provide the FDA the authority it needs to protect patient safety so that new victims are not created from a technology that we already know is defective. Dr. Shuren, if a new device proves substantial equivalence to a predicate technology that has been voluntarily recalled for a serious design flaw that could seriously injure people who used it, would FDA have the legal authority to reject that application?
We would have to find that it's substantially equivalent, but we will then look for other opportunities to clarify this, use other mitigations to address it and protect the public. The challenge becomes more about having the ability to just get information.
But if you found that it was substantially equivalent, would you be able to reject it?
Not for purposes of substantial equivalence determination.
You could not reject it, even though you knew it was defective. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, what if the FDA had knowledge that the new device repeated the same flaw as the predicate technology? Would the FDA still be required to find it substantially equivalent?
We would have to find it substantially equivalent. We'd oftentimes with the company at least try to look for changes in labeling or other things we could do.
But that would be voluntary. You would not have the legal authority to reject it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the device industry argues that FDA has complete authority to assure the safety and effectiveness of a product, including demanding clinical trials when they deem necessary. Is that true in a case where the product has been shown is substantially equivalent to its defective predicate technology?
No.
You do not have that authority.
We don't.
Does FDA currently have any authority to invalidate defective predicate technologies?
So to invalidate a predicate where there's a problem, we would either rescind the 510K as a matter of law. We could do that, a mandatory recall, or if by judicial order the device is found.
So you can only do something after the fact, labeling, et cetera, right? That's what you can do, but you can't reject it. Is that correct?
Yes, and the labeling we'll do before the product comes on the market.
Does FDA, some have argued that to get around the lack of authority, FDA could just issue more mandatory recalls, thereby invalidating the defective device as a predicate. Why is that not a feasible response?
If there is sufficient justification to do a recall, we would actually work with the company on a voluntary recall, and companies generally comply with it. To run to a mandatory recall is profoundly resource intensive, and because there's formal hearing, that can actually take years to do. But the answer...
But you're saying it's a huge resource drain, not often the best use of FDA's limited resources, but a device recall voluntarily is still available to be cited as a predicate. Is that not correct on the next round?
No, that is correct. And quite frankly, it's not a case of necessarily that predicate shouldn't be out there to be used as a predicate, but rather having the ability to assure that if there was a problem, one, it's either not replicated in the device, or if it's replicated, there's adequate mitigation. And right now, while we can try to work with the company,
Final question.
having the ability to
would
get
you
the
like
data
the
to support
Would you like the authority to reject certain devices if they repeatedly had the same dangerous design flaws as other previously recalled defective devices? Would you like that authority?
We would be happy to work with the committee on what may be the best approach on how to deal with those.
Would you like to have the authority or not have the authority?
We would like to have appropriately tailored
authority. Okay, great. I would like, and I think I'd like to work with you to hopefully accomplish that goal. So you do have that appropriate authority. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thank you, gentlemen. Now recognize gentleman from California, Mr. Bilbray, for 5 minutes for question.
Following up on that line of questioning, Mr. Chairman, if you had an inhaler, let's just say an insulin inhaler, that was a new model that could be produced cheaper and was smaller than the original, but gave the same dosage, same reliability. It was a different design, but basically the outcome to the physician, to the patient was the same. Do we have the ability to say, yes, it's comparable, and thus you don't have to go through the entire review process over again?
Depending upon the changes, it depends on the changes you make. If those changes made would not significantly affect safety and effectiveness, then you don't have to.
So basically, my point is, you got two little devices. One's this big and one's this big. Your doses are the same. The same insulin's being used. It's just a different, basically has been upgraded. It's sort of, you get a call from a flip phone or you get a call from an iPhone. Same product, same delivery, different ways of doing it, but the same deal. Do we have the ability for you to say, okay, this is comparable and thus we can allow it to move forward? Or do you have to, does the iPhone now have to go through the whole thing of how the review process all over again?
All right. So for some changes, size actually could affect safety and effectiveness. If it does, that modification comes to us. So you have things like certain joint replacements that when you change the size, that can actually affect.
That's inside the body, whatever. I'm talking about an extra.
Yeah, so some of the other things that may change in size.
Like bringing down an inhaler down from the size of a liter bottle down to the size that, that smaller than a lighter. Okay. I got, Ms., you have a comment on that?
Yes. Yes, we have a lot of experience in inhaled drugs, regulating them. And
I got a lot of family members that have that same problem, but that's a different issue.
So the problem with the inhalation devices is that we do not have a good way to determine bioequivalence. All right, and that has hampered us, in fact, in approving generics of, say, asthma drugs that are out there because we can't determine whether they deliver the same dose as the innovator. So that's the real question, okay? So if you move from one inhalation device to another, it may have the same plume. We do plume testing and particle size distribution, right? However, the user interface is very important in inhaled devices because some people, we had some devices they were using upside down or sucking on the wrong end. And so there's a lot of issues with user interface with inhaled medicines that influence whether or not how equivalent we can determine them to be to another version.
Okay, Mr. Woodcock, the question that us Californians are talking about has come in a few years. The state of California is going to start putting mandates on the issue that had been talked about before, and that's the pedigree issue or the tracing. the fact is they're talking about going to requiring every unit to be tagged and identified. And we're hearing from a lot of manufacturers that there's just no way they can follow that physically or cost effectively. What is the possibility of us working on a compromise proposal with being able to trace lots and at least start the process down the road sooner rather than waiting for the crisis that's coming down the road in a couple of years? When you have a state like California that controls over 12% of the market, probably almost 20% of the market, all at once starting to have a standard that the rest of the country doesn't have.
Well, number one, we agree that it is better to have uniform standards than develop 50 different standards, which would be a nightmare. Number two, you have to, I think, determine what problem you're trying to solve and then see if your solution will address the problem that you're trying to prevent or solve. And then think about how much it would cost to implement it. And then you decide the trade-offs between the costs and the investment you have to make and the benefits that it will bring. We are concerned that the coalition's proposal doesn't provide enough benefits, all right, to justify doing that. But you need to think about what else could be done, and I think we're willing to work on that.
Are you willing to commit to work on that within this year, so that we get some definitive approach or at least some strategy, unified strategy on this issue within the year?
I'm certainly willing to sit down and work with the coalition on this. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. That concludes the questionings. We have one follow-up on each side. We'll go to Ranking Mr. Pallone for 5 minutes for follow-up.
Why do we go first?
Oh, because he just went. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield time to Mr. Markey.
And it would just be, Dr. Shuren, if you could, I had a woman that I brought to Washington, and we had a press conference about 2 weeks ago, and it was a bladder mesh that she had surgically inserted into her body. And she was assured that it was safe and it had been FDA approved. And since then, because of that faulty bladder mesh, she has lost her livelihood as a truck driver, had to undergo multiple corrective surgeries, and because of the medical bills is now being foreclosed upon by the bank. And she has a mother who's living there with her, an elderly woman, and there are thousands of other people who have had this faulty bladder mesh inserted in them as well. And it's all FDA approved because you cannot reject something that's based upon this predicate technology. So maybe you could explain a little bit about what happens out there in the real world, because the FDA does not have this authority to protect women like that and thousands of others like them that have FDA approved on a technology that has a defect in it that you know about but you cannot take off the market.
Oh, first of all, we empathize with that patient and for other people who may have had adverse effects from medical devices. I will say in the case of surgical mesh, generally the issues we're dealing with may be more of, are they in the right regulatory framework? And we just went through this in the case of surgical mesh for pelvic organ prolapse, where in fact we held an advisory panel meeting to say, should these actually be 510K devices, or should they be subject to the more stringent requirements for a high-risk device or PMA? And that's a process we're moving forward towards if we make that decision, and if it's rulemaking. And that's a challenge. If we change classification, we up-classify, it's rulemaking.
What do you say to this woman? Is there going to, what can you do for the thousands of other women out there? The device is still out on the market. So what can you say to all these tens of thousands of additional women who are being advised by their doctors right now that it's an FDA-approved technology? I mean, this is something that doesn't work, and in fact, it harms women. What should we say to that woman?
No. So I will tell you in the case of pelvic organ prolapse, one, we have gone out with information communications to patients. We've been working with the healthcare professional community.
This woman's a truck driver, and her physician in some town in Colorado told her it was safe. What can we say to her in terms of other women who are just in the same similarly situated, predicament?
Again, I empathize. I don't.
No, I mean, I understand. Empathy is important, and we appreciate your empathy. But what can you say to her beyond empathy, in terms of she's concerned that she's like a Paul Revere, trying to warn that, these defective bladder meshes are coming?
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure, we'd glad to yield.
And I appreciate the gentleman from Massachusetts yielding to me. And as of course he knows, I'm a physician member, and I don't know that. And I'm like Dr. Shuren, certainly tremendously empathetic to this individual's situation. But meshes have been used in surgery for years and years, and whether it's an abdominal hernia situation where just a simple repair and trying to stitch things back together is not sufficient. You need that inert product to give a little strength to the repair. Again, in this particular situation, is it the product, or could it have been an improperly placed stitch to sew the product in place? Could it been an iatrogenic hospital-acquired infection that occasionally happens that made the procedure unsuccessful, or is it really a defective product? So thank you for yielding. I just wanted to.
Thank you, Doctor. In this particular case, it is, in fact, a recurrence of a defect in the technology that had already been identified and was in the original predicate technology that the FDA did not have the ability then to take off the market, as another company is making the same technology with the same defect in it that was correctable, but the new company did not feel it had to correct it because the FDA was still approving it. So that was where the problem originated, and thousands of women are still having it inserted into them. Is that not correct?
Most of the issues we're dealing with surgical mesh are probably not a matter of replicating a problem in the predicate. Many of the things we're seeing may be issues about, are they in the right framework to begin with? Are we actually getting adequate assurances in the way they're currently regulated generally that they are in fact safe and effective?
Right. But you do need authority here. Don't you need stronger authority to protect women like this? Or what do you say to a woman like that? You need appropriate authority here to make sure that a woman like this is not victimizing thousands of others. Don't you agree?
Again, in her particular case, I don't know what happened, and I know people don't want to hear empathize, but I do. I do think the case, if we'd wind up making a change in surgical mesh, and again, we're looking at pelvic organ prolapse, but also urinary incontinence, our challenge for us is if we change classification, this is a slightly different issue, but an important one, we go through a rulemaking process, and in those rare cases where that product, based upon new evidence, should move to a different classification, we have to take years to make that change. That is a challenge that we do face. We're going through those questions now with metal-on-metal hips. You've raised it in terms of pre-amendment devices. Move on them. But our barrier is actually, in those cases, a statutory requirement to do rulemaking. And that makes it hard. And you want to know something? I don't know what you tell patients. If you find a problem like that and you make a decision you have to up-classify, what you do for all that time and all those years.
This woman's life is ruined, and the only thing I could tell her is that her now ruined life, in her own words, will now pay dividends for other women who won't be facing this. And I think a lot depends upon
the chair. Thanks, gentlemen.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll have to proceed for a follow-up. Dr. Burgess.
Thank the chairman. I've got some other things I want to ask, but I just feel obligated. Once again, substantial equivalence does not necessarily equate clearance, and your own information that you send to a company that receives a substantial equivalence determination, quote, please be advised the FDA's issuance of a substantial equivalence determination does not mean that the FDA has made a determination that your device complies with other requirements of the Act. They're referring to the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. I think you have authority there. Now, this situation is perhaps a little bit more ambiguous than, say, an implantable pacemaker. I would be happy to work with you too on this issue of implantable mesh, because I do think it's an important one. As the baby boom generation ages, we are going to see a lot of demand for these type of procedures, and it's, as Mr. Markey points out, it's important that we get it right, because the problems with defects down the road can be significant. Dr. Woodcock, let me just ask you a question. I know we visited about drug shortages in these hearings, and I appreciate the work that you've done. And while I wish there were some single legislative product that would correct the defect, I'm not sure that there is. And then the problem is with the legislative products that we may make things worse if we lead to hoarding and that sort of activity. But it also seems like, we brought specific examples in these hearings to your attention: methotrexate, doxorubicin, and things have happened then as a consequence. And I'm very grateful for that. I'm sure the patients are grateful. But it also makes me wonder if the problem isn't one of maybe if there were a little more flexibility or creativity on the part of the FDA, that some of these shortages could be mitigated without having them become a national crisis. Have you looked into that? You provided us a long list at another hearing. Do you have someone on your staff who's looking at that? Are there ways, there may be unique ways to mitigate some of these shortages, and perhaps we ought to get busy about doing that rather than trying to find ideal legislation?
Well, we were working on methotrexate and doxorubicin for quite a long time, and we had different solutions emerge for both of those. In every case, we are using almost every tool we have. We don't make the drugs, though. And the manufacturers make the drugs, and we try to provide them with encouragement and flexibility, and it can manufacture, it can lot release, like we said, batch by batch. Even if their manufacturing isn't perfect, we can mitigate many of these things. So I think we have tools to do this. We think that additional notification may be helpful. We think the proposals by the private sector for more information sharing will be helpful. We feel that some of the proposed discussion draft legislation might have unintended consequences. For example, if we have this expedited review, if we have a lot of people requesting that, and we know that other companies are going to be able to come up and provide the product, okay, because we've talked to them, then we don't want to be reviewing a lot of people who are clamoring for expedited review if we feel there's not going to be a shortage, and there's companies in production. We think deeming compliance would be a problem, all right? Because people are either in compliance or not in compliance. If they're not in compliance with GMPs, we have flexibility, and they don't have to be in full compliance to be producing these shortage drugs, all right? They just have to be producing drugs that are of good enough quality that we feel comfortable that them going into the veins of our patients, right?
Right.
So,
well, the only point I was trying to make is it does seem like there are sometimes solutions out there that if we just worked a little harder, we'd come up with them, and I just encourage you to keep doing that.
We are working very hard, and the other day I talked
But one specific instance, of course, a shortage occurs right now, today, at any pharmacy across the country. An asthmatic cannot walk into a pharmacy and buy an over-the-counter asthma inhaler like they used to be able to before January 1st. So there is a solution there, and that would be to allow the manufacturer of the old CFC product to sell what stock they have left. This product was not deemed to be defective. It was an EPA requirement that they stop selling, not an FDA requirement. And I appreciate the fact that you are working through this problem with getting a new over-the-counter preparation available, but as you pointed out, you have difficulty with bioequivalency, and I will also readily admit that HFA is not nearly as good a propellant as CFC, and don't blame the victim. It's not because I was holding the thing upside down. It's just not as good. But having said all of that, could you help us with the EPA if you were to write, Administrator Jackson, that because of the difficulties you are having with assessing bioequivalence of these new products, that it would be helpful to allow the company to sell the product that it already has manufactured. We're not asking them to make a single vial. All the CFC that's going to be put into vials has already been put in. The only problem is we're preventing asthmatics from having it accessible. Can I get your help to write a letter to Administrator Jackson to let her know of your problem so that maybe she can help us with the problem that asthmatics are having?
We have been discussing and working with the EPA on this matter.
Yeah, but this is something that people just frankly do not understand, why one federal agency and another federal agency cannot come together on a reasonable solution. That reasonable solution is be able to sell the product as it exists in warehouses today. Again, not one single molecule of CFC is going to be produced that has not already been produced. The hole in the ozone is not going to get 1 millimeter bigger because we're allowing this product to be sold. Again, the CFC has already been produced and it's already in the canisters. One day it's going to come out by some mechanism or other. I just think it would be helpful to the patients of America. We could eliminate this one drug shortage overnight if you could get some cooperation with the with the EPA.
Chair, thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Engel, for 5 minutes for questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Woodcock, I just have two quick questions. I want to get back to the issue of drug shortages again, because during your last appearance before the subcommittee, I mentioned my concerns about drug shortages. I'll try to lean over. For medications that overlap with the DEA's controlled substance jurisdiction. And I am pleased to see that in this discussion, in the draft, there are provisions for the Attorney General to increase quotas as necessary within 30 days of a request from a manufacturer. So let me ask you this. Do you believe that the majority of drug shortages in the controlled substance category can be effectively prevented if the Attorney General addresses this request within the 30-day window, or do you believe a shorter window is necessary or would be necessary to ensure patient access to needed medications?
I'm not familiar enough with the DEA procedures to answer your question accurately. There are many causes of drug shortages, and certainly not all shortages of controlled substances may be related to DEA procedures or quotas or what have you. So I think it's a complicated issue, and we'd be glad to work with you.
Okay. How about the 30 days, though? Can you do you think that's sufficient? Might be a little too long if someone really needs medication.
Again, it's very difficult for me to put that into to understand what impact 30 versus a shorter time would have on a unfolding shortage situation.
Okay, we'll work with you on it. During the last PDUFA reauthorization, I worked. This is a couple of years ago. I worked with Congresswoman Blackburn and Congresswoman Giffords at that time to authorize critical path public-private partnerships, and to date, the Critical Path Institute in Arizona and the Clinical Data Interchange Standards Consortium have worked under this partnership to improve the regulatory science that FDA and industry depend on when developing and approving new pharmaceuticals and medical devices. So I'm wondering if you could comment on that. It's sort of a loaded question, but I want you to be on the record, because I feel strongly about the importance of the critical path public-private partnerships in the FDA's work. So I'd like you to comment on that and what role you see for these partnerships in the future.
Well, first of all, the Critical Path Institute has done a number of projects that are essential. For example, we have new biomarkers now being tested in the clinic for drug-induced renal failure, something we don't have any sensitive indicators for. And so this is a tremendous advance in regulatory science. If we can get these, we've qualified them for animal studies. If we can use them in humans, that would be a tremendous advance for drug development. As far as the clinical data standards, as we move into developing electronic health records for the public and so forth, having unified standards for how you collect data in clinical trials, not only will help companies, it'll help the FDA, it'll help all the investigators in efficiently performing clinical trials. Right now we have a tremendous problem of loss of clinical studies from the United States and going elsewhere. And harmonized standards within the U.S. for clinical data are a tremendous requirement and would really help both drug development and understanding the role of medical products and their outcomes in our population. So this type of regulatory science that's being done by the Critical Path Institute and other public-private partnerships is really building for the future, and we really endorse it.
Well, thank you. I couldn't agree with you more, and you gave me the answer I wanted. So thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair thanks the gentleman and yields to the ranking member for unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to make a unanimous consent request that the statement of Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, as well as some questions that she is promulgating to Dr. Janet Woodcock, be entered into the record.
With that objection, so ordered, and we will make sure you get all of the questions for follow-up if you would respond in writing. That concludes our first panel. Thank you, Dr. Woodcock. Thank you, Dr. Shuren, for your testimony and your responses. The committee will recess for 5 minutes as we change for panel number 2, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
we'll just get going.
The 5 minutes having expired, we'll reconvene the subcommittee, and we now have panel number 2. I'd like to thank all of you for agreeing to testify before the subcommittee today. I'd like to quickly introduce our expert panel. First, Dr. David Whedon is Senior Vice President of Scientific Regulator Affairs at Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America. Dr. Sarah Radcliffe is Executive Vice President of Health at Biotechnology Industry Organization. Mr. David Gow is Vice President of Regulatory Sciences at the Generic Pharmaceutical Association. Mr. Joseph Levitt is partner at Hogan Lovells and is testifying on behalf of Advanced Medical Technology Association. And Mr. Alan Cockle is Director of Medical Programs of Pew Health Group at the Pew Charitable Trust. Again, thank you all for coming. We have your prepared statements. They'll be entered into the record. And we ask that you summarize your opening statements in 5 minutes. We're scheduled to vote in about 20 minutes. We'll try to get through the presentations before having go to the floor for the vote. So with that, Dr. Whedon, we'll begin with you. You're recognized for 5 minutes to summarize your testimony. Poke your mic button, please.
Sorry. Thank you. Chairman Pitts, Ranking Member Pallone.
A little closer.
We'll try one more time.
Okay.
Better?
Is that on?
Can you hear? Can you hear me now?
Is your red light on?
Green light's on.
Green light? Okay.
Maybe a little closer to
Yeah.
Okay. A little better?
There. That's good. Thank you.
Chairman Pitts, Ranking Member Pallone, members of the subcommittee, good afternoon. I'm David Wheaton, Senior Vice President, Scientific and Regulatory Affairs at the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, better known as PhRMA. PhRMA appreciates this opportunity to appear before you again today in order to share our views on the 5th reauthorization of the Prescription Drug User Fee Act and on the reauthorization of the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act and the Pediatric Research Equity Act. PhRMA and its member companies strongly support the original goals of PDUFA, namely, to provide patients with faster access to innovative medicines, to preserve and strengthen FDA's high standards for safety, efficacy, and quality, and to advance the scientific basis for the agency's regulatory oversight. PDUFA has advanced public health by accelerating the availability of innovative medicines to patients while helping to ensure patient safety. PDUFA has also played a role in improving America's competitiveness around the world. Since the passage of the original PDUFA in 1992, the U.S. has become the world leader in bringing new medicines to patients first. Ensuring that the U.S. maintains a policy and regulatory environment that encourages an efficient, consistent, and predictable drug review process is key to keeping America competitive in today's global economy. The PDUFA 5 Performance Goals letter was created with unprecedented transparency and involvement from diverse stakeholders, including patients, healthcare providers, and academia. This agreement will provide FDA with the resources and tools required for further enhancing the timeliness, completeness, and efficiency of the drug review process, including provisions to advance regulatory science and modernize drug development, to improve benefit-risk decision-making, and to further strengthen FDA's focus on patient safety. PhRMA strongly endorses the recommendations of the PDUFA 5 Performance Goals letter and urges Congress to reauthorize this important legislation in a timely manner based on the negotiated agreement. Failure to reauthorize PDUFA in a timely fashion would have catastrophic effects on the ability of FDA to carry out its important role in bringing innovative medicines to patients. I'd like to focus for a moment on one specific aspect of PDUFA. The Enhanced New Molecular Entity Review Model, or NME review model, will improve the review process for new molecular entity drug and biologic applications. This will be particularly significant for patients because NMEs are novel compounds that have the potential to address unmet medical needs and advance patient care. Specifically, it is anticipated that earlier and more comprehensive communication between the agency and drug sponsors, as required in this enhanced review model, will improve the rate of on-time first-cycle successes. The success of the new review program and of the agency's ability to achieve its drug review goals will be independently assessed in 2015 and 2017. PDUFA 5 will continue to provide FDA with the necessary tools and resources that are essential to support patient safety and promote medical innovation through enhanced timeliness, completeness, and efficiency of the drug review process. PhRMA encourages Congress to reauthorize PDUFA in a timely manner based on the negotiated PDUFA 5 performance goals and to minimize the inclusion of additional provisions that may have the unintended consequences of distracting from the Act's original intent. The Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act and the Pediatric Research Equity Act have been extraordinarily successful in improving medical care for children by driving research to create innovative medicines for use in pediatric patients. According to the FDA, the current pediatric exclusivity program has done more to spur research and create critical information about the use of medicine in pediatric patients than any other government initiative. Ensuring that the pediatric exclusivity incentive is preserved is key to continued innovation and improvement in pediatric medical care in the face of rising research costs. Since its initial enactment and subsequent reauthorizations, BPCA and PREA have been subject to a sunset clause, under which their provisions expire after 5 years unless reauthorized by Congress. To build upon the tremendous success of BPCA and PREA in improving medical care for children, Congress should permanently reauthorize BPCA and PREA. We particularly like to thank Representatives Eshoo, Rogers, and Markey for their work towards a bipartisan effort for a permanent reauthorization of these important pieces of legislation. In summary, PhRMA and its member companies are committed to working closely with FDA, Congress, and all stakeholders to ensure the continued success of PDUFA in bringing safe, effective, innovative medicines forward to address unmet medical needs for all patients, including children. PhRMA therefore urges Congress to reauthorize PDUFA 5 and to permanently reauthorize BPCA PREA in the most expeditious manner possible. Thank you. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Ms. Radcliffe, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Pitts and Ranking Member Pallone, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I am Sarah Radcliffe, Executive Vice President for Health for the Biotechnology Industry Organization, BIO. I led BIO's engagement in the Prescription Drug User Fee Act technical discussions with the Food and Drug Administration and managed BIO's involvement in the biosimilars user fee technical discussions as well. BIO supports quick enactment of the PDUFA 5 recommendations, and we are supportive of the draft user fee package that the committee has released. This committee has reached strong bipartisan compromises on many issues that are of critical importance to our industry. We believe that enhancements under PDUFA 5 will improve the drug development and review process through increased transparency and scientific dialogue, advance regulatory science, and strengthen post-market surveillance. Most importantly, from the standpoint of young, innovative companies, our hope is that PDUFA 5 will provide patients and doctors with earlier access to the cures and treatments of tomorrow. The PDUFA 5 legislation will reinforce FDA's review performance and get back to basics for patients. These enhancements include a new molecular entity review program that will lead to fewer review cycles and earlier patient access to needed treatment, enhanced communication during drug development, regulatory science modernization, and robust drug safety and post-market surveillance capacities. BIO supports FDA's ongoing implementation of a well-constructed science-based pathway for the approval of biosimilar products. Establishing a sound BsUFA was also a priority for us. A transparent, predictable, and balanced regulatory framework for the review and approval of biosimilars, accompanied by reasonable performance goals and a dedicated independent funding stream, will ensure that FDA can facilitate the development and evaluation of biosimilar products. There were a number of other important provisions included in the draft that are of critical importance to BIO. Modernizing the accelerated approval pathway has been a top priority, and we are extremely pleased that the draft included H.R. 4132, the Faster Access to Specialized Treatments, or FAST Act, introduced by Congressman Cliff Stearns and Ed Towns. FAST will ensure that FDA can utilize the accelerated approval pathway as fully and frequently as possible while maintaining FDA's safety and effectiveness standards. The accelerated approval pathway has been a great success story. In certain disease areas, such as cancer and HIV, the pathway has stimulated an explosion of investment in innovation and has brought immense benefit to patients. We appreciate Congress working to expand the pathway so that patients suffering from other life-threatening and rare diseases can benefit as well. The Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act and Pediatric Research Equity Act have greatly improved health outcomes for children. However, the 5-year sunset periods have resulted in an uncertain regulatory environment for pediatric drug development that makes it difficult for our companies to plan and practically impossible for the FDA to issue guidance to promote understanding of the current regulatory framework. BIO thanks Congressman Mike Rogers, Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, and Congressman Markey on their championship of this important issue, and we support the inclusion of their legislation in the committee draft. It is also important that FDA has access to the most knowledgeable and most qualified scientific minds to help inform key public health decisions and evaluate the safety and effectiveness of innovative new cures and treatments for patients. BIO thanks Representative Burgess and Ranking Member Pallone for their work to enhance FDA's ability to impanel highly qualified external scientific advisors while maintaining the highest levels of integrity for these proceedings. Additionally, BIO looks forward to continue to work with the committee to enhance oversight over the upstream supply chain for pharmaceutical ingredients and modernizing the downstream domestic supply chain for finished pharmaceutical products. BIO supports the establishment of strong, uniform national standards for serialization and tracing systems rather than relying on the emerging patchwork of individual state mandates. In this case, BIO believes that Congress should enact laws governing drug product serialization and traceability systems that regulators can leverage to hold supply chain members accountable for ensuring that legitimate product reaches the patient. A national system using existing and proven technologies would best protect supply chain integrity and patient safety. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. We look forward to working with all of you to ensure that the user fee package is quickly enacted.
Chair, thanks. Chair, thanks, gentlelady. Mr. Gall, you're recognized for 5 minutes for opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pitts, Ranking Member Pallone, and members of the subcommittee. I'm David Goff, Vice President of Regulatory Science for the Generic Pharmaceutical Association and licensed pharmacists. GPHA represents the manufacturers and distributors of finished dose pharmaceuticals and bulk pharmaceutical chemicals. Generic pharmaceuticals account for 80% of all prescriptions dispensed in the U.S., but consume just 27% of the total drug spending for prescription medicines. Today's generic industry is one marked by diverse, innovative companies who have grown to become global leaders in providing equivalent medicines. At the same time, generic competition continues to play a vital role in driving pharmaceutical innovation. This growth in the generic industry has led to the creation of tens of thousands of new American jobs in dozens of states across the country. It has also served to underscore the critical important role of the Food and Drug Administration. However, the administration remains underfunded, and responsibility of ensuring access to safe and affordable medicines is one that's shared with the rest of the entire pharmaceutical industry, not just the FDA. That is why the generic industry has stepped up to help provide the FDA with additional resources to address the ongoing challenges caused by an increasing global drug supply chain, the increase in the agency's workload, and the regulation of complex technologies. Currently, more than 2,700 generic drug applications are awaiting approval from the FDA's Office of Generic Drugs, and the average approval time for an application is now stretching beyond 30 months, more than 5 times longer than the statutory 6-month review time that was called for in Hatch-Waxman. Unfortunately, this backlog keeps safe, low-cost generic drugs off the market and reduces competition that may drive prices down even further. The proposed Generic Drug User Fee Act, or GDUFA, that we are discussing today will help alleviate this backlog and expedite consumer access to these generic drugs. GPHA also recognizes, however, that while providing early access to effective medicines is critical and is a key aim of the other user fee programs, an equally important pillar of FDA's and industry mission is to ensure drug safety. That's why GDUFA takes the unprecedented step of holding all players contributing to the U.S. generic drug system, both foreign and domestic, to the same inspection standards, and enhances FDA's ability to identify and require the registration of active pharmaceutical ingredients and finished fill dosage form manufacturers involved in each generic drug product that is sold in the U.S. It is paramount that we work to shape the future of our country's generic drug industry. We also work to bring the FDA into the 21st century and ensure that the agency's authorities to achieve its mission in this global age are up to date. This is further exemplified by the other fee program we will discuss today, which is for generic biologic drugs or biosimilars. Biologic medicines are often the only life-saving treatment for many of the more severe diseases encountered in patients today. In many respects, they represent the future of medicine. However, their price tag can keep these products out of the reach of many patients. During the biosimilar user fee negotiation, GPHA expressed its support for the user fee funding to provide FDA with the adequate resources to apply consistent regulatory standards to all biologics and review new applications as they are filed. Both industry and patients will benefit from this user fee program by gaining a higher degree of certainty in the timeliness of applications and their reviews. We applaud the FDA for recognizing the importance of the biosimilars and the need to apply state-of-the-art science in an agency activity governing the review and approval of these very important drugs. Now let me turn to drug shortages. The generic pharmaceutical industry has spearheaded the development of an unprecedented multi-stakeholder private sector collaboration which we believe will accelerate the recovery of certain critical drugs in short supply to the patients in need. This solution, which has been labeled the Accelerated Recovery Initiative, will play a crucial role in assisting the FDA with a more accurate, timely, and comprehensive review of current and potential drug shortages and in establishing practices to lessen or even eliminate, in some cases, current shortages. Finally, we urge the inclusion in the user fee legislation of a proposal introduced by Ranking Member Pallone and Representative Guthrie, H.R. 4332, the Generic Drug Application Review Fairness Act, which will ensure that generic drug manufacturers are not unfairly penalized for delays in the drug application approval process. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, this is truly an historic time for GPHA. Nothing is more important to our industry than ensuring patients have access to life-saving generic medications they require, and these historic agreements will provide the critical step towards accomplishing that goal. Thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Mr. Levitt, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Pitts, Ranking Member Pallone, and members of the committee. My name is Joe Levitt. I'm a partner in the law firm Hogan Lovells, and I'm here today on behalf of AdvaMed, MDMA, and MIDA, the three trade associations who participated in the MDUFA negotiations with the FDA. I was on that negotiating team throughout that process, and I'm pleased to be testifying with you here today. I also spent 25 years at the FDA, and for 6.5 of those years during the 1990s, I held a senior position in FDA's Medical Device Center. As many of you know, the medical technology industry has been a true success story for patients and for the U.S. economy. Our industry truly leads the world, but our leadership is slipping. One key reason, perhaps the most important reason, is the decline we have seen in FDA efficiency, consistency, and predictability in recent years. To their credit, the FDA leadership has recognized the need to vigorously address the issues affecting the device center. The new user fee agreement has the potential to be a significant additional step in the right direction. It is good for industry, it is good for FDA, and most of all, it is good for American patients. The user fee agreement builds the conditions for success in a number of major ways. First, for the first time ever, this user fee agreement establishes average total time goals for FDA review. Our previous agreements had set goals only for terms of the FDA clock. But what matters most to industry and to patients is the actual calendar, the time from beginning of submission to final FDA decision. By setting in place this new goal, efforts will be focused on the metric that truly matters. Second, the agreement also establishes improved goals for time on the FDA clock. These goals are a key management tool for the agency, and they work in concert with the total time goal to better performance than either could achieve alone. Third, the agreement includes new procedures that we anticipate will improve the review process. These include, before the review actually begins, meaningful pre-submission interactions between FDA and companies to be sure everybody's on the same wavelength going in. During the review process, a mandatory mid-course substantive interaction between FDA and the company midway through the process to check in and be sure we're on the right wavelength there. And finally, at the tail end, a new procedure that we call no submission left behind, so that if FDA time target is missed, that submission does not fall off the radar screen. Fourth, the agreement provides for greater accountability. Under the agreement, there will be quarterly and annual reporting on a variety of key metrics that both industry and FDA agree are important. In addition, the agreement provides an analysis of FDA's management of the review process by an independent consulting organization, coupled with FDA corrective action plan to address opportunities for improvement. We see this as being critical. It is a way to bring fresh eyes to the issues and work constructively towards meaningful process improvements. Finally, to give FDA the additional tools to meet the new goals, the agreement provides for $595 million in user fees over the life of the agreement. Additional reviewers, lower management to reviewer ratios, enhanced training, and other resources, totaling about 200 additional FTEs for the agency, are provided by the agreement and will give FDA what it needs to improve performance. Of course, no agreement, no matter how good on paper, is self-executing. Making it work as intended will require the full efforts of all concerned. Continued oversight and interest from the Congress will also be important. Patients are depending on all of us. In conclusion, I should note that a number of legislative proposals have been introduced with the goal of improving FDA's operations also. We are appreciative of efforts by all members who seek to give FDA the tools and structure it needs to succeed. At the same time, I want to emphasize that we are strongly committed to the user fee agreement as negotiated and do not support any proposals that would change the terms of the agreement or undermine its goals. Just as this new user fee agreement has the potential to help FDA move in a positive direction, failure to reauthorize the program in a timely way would be nothing short of catastrophic, as my colleagues in the panel have also echoed. So I thank the committee for the opportunity to testify and urge it to act promptly to reauthorize the program, which is so critical to patients, to FDA, and to our industry.
Chair, thanks to the gentleman. We're in the middle of a vote on the floor. We have about 10 minutes left. We'll take one more witness, and then we'll break for the vote. Mr. Cockle, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Pallone, and committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is Alan Cockle, and I'm the Director of Medical Programs for the Pew Health Group. Our research and analysis aim to improve the safety and well-being of American consumers with a major focus on drugs, medical devices, and the FDA. I'll focus today on the importance of the FDA user fee agreements to patients and public health, and about 3 key policy areas that the committee is considering. Since 1992, PDUFA agreements have given FDA significant and sustained resources, allowing for faster reviews of new products. Indeed, preliminary results of a study that Pew has funded show that FDA reviews drugs faster than its counterparts in the EU and Canada. The development of new antibiotics is a particular focus for Pew's Antibiotics and Innovation Project, and we thank this committee for consideration of the GAIN Act, a bipartisan bill introduced by Mr. Gingrey that would grant extra market protection to certain antibiotics. Unlike other drugs, antibacterials lose their effectiveness over time as the bugs become resistant. That's why experts are so alarmed about the years-long decline in new antibiotics and the dearth of products in late-stage development. We look forward to working with this committee to see that this provision targets and incentivizes the drugs we most need, those that treat serious or life-threatening infections. Turning now to medical devices, we asked Congress to swiftly reauthorize Medufa. Under this new agreement, FDA would add 200 device staff and nearly $600 million for the review of device applications. Let me illustrate the importance of this funding with an analysis recently commissioned by Pew showing that FDA's Device Center has a higher attrition rate than the Centers for Drugs and Biologics or the Office of Regulatory Affairs. In fact, nearly 10% of FDA's device staff left in FY 2010, and the majority reported not having sufficient resources to get their job done. To function effectively, the center must have adequate funding. But let us never forget that true innovation is not just about speed to market, but about developing products that are safer or more effective than existing drugs and devices. And because medical devices often enter the market with little or no clinical data, it's especially important that we have a robust system for post-market surveillance. We urge this committee to include legislation that will add medical devices to FDA's Sentinel surveillance system, which is currently only for drugs. Require that FDA issue and implement rules that assign a unique identifier, like a barcode, to each new device, as we have on most other things that we buy. And clarify the agency's authority to order safety studies when necessary for high-risk devices. We must also ensure that these studies are completed in a timely way. Such a system would detect safety problems faster and would facilitate innovation by increasing the confidence of the public and the FDA on marketed devices. On safety, I'm pleased to note that the landmark new generic drug user fee agreement, while speeding the review of these products, will also enhance safety by ensuring that FDA performs more inspections of overseas generic drug plants. As Pew's Drug Safety Project has noted, 80% of the ingredients in our drug supply now come from overseas. Yet we inspect U.S.-based drug makers every 2 years, as the law requires. Meanwhile, FDA inspections in China, for example, average out about every 17 years. Addressing this disparity will level the playing field for U.S.-based manufacturers and help to protect patients. Congress should hold FDA accountable by ensuring that no facility goes indefinitely without an inspection. But inspections are only part of the story. Several additional key measures would improve confidence in the supply chain. For example, we should ensure that every company takes responsibility for its own upstream suppliers, verifying that appropriate quality systems are in place. We should reward manufacturers who have strong systems. We support a national track and trace system for drugs, but such a system must include standards that will detect counterfeits before they get to patients and, for example, provide law enforcement with the tools needed to address illegal drug diversion. We thank the committee for its bipartisan work on the prescription drug supply chain. A poll we commissioned showed that Americans of all political persuasions recognize the risks and support congressional action. I'll conclude with a reference to FDA's mission statement, which acknowledges the agency's dual role, protecting patients and ensuring innovation. The user fee agreements support both aims, and we urge Congress to pass them quickly, along with the 3 essential additions: drug supply chain safety, antibiotic development, and medical device safety. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. That concludes the opening statements. We're in the middle of a vote. I think we have about 5 minutes left. So at this point, the subcommittee will break until the third vote. 5 minutes after the third vote, we'll reconvene. The subcommittee stands in recess. Time of the recess having expired, we'll reconvene the subcommittee and go to the questioning. I'll now begin the questioning and recognize myself for 5 minutes for that purpose. First of all, Dr. Whedon, how does the PDUFA agreement help mitigate the issue of delayed reviews of drug applications at FDA and help America maintain their role as the leading innovator in the pharmaceutical space? If you would please elaborate on that.
I'll answer it, Chairman Pitts, on two fronts. Focusing initially on the new molecular entity.
Is your microphone on? Just pull it down. Yeah.
Focusing initially on the new molecular entity review program. That was really set up to enhance ongoing communication between drug sponsors and FDA, such that sponsors would understand up front what FDA expectations may be as they enter into the review. As the review progresses, there would be feedback to the sponsor. There are questions that come out of the review that could be answered contemporaneously rather than waiting to the end of the review. The intention is that by the time you get to the end of the review, most of the issues could have been discussed and hopefully rectified, allowing for FDA to make a final action, hopefully an approval, thus allowing the drug to be approved in the first cycle and available to patients. Beyond that, the other aspects of the agreement that should enhance the availability of innovative medicines to patients really looks at the regulatory science initiatives, things like benefit risk, biomarker development, pharmacogenomic processes, enhancing the utilization of REMS in terms of standardizing that process rather than starting from square one with each necessity for utilizing a REMS for approval. So taken as a whole, the intention is to make the review process more efficient and more effective use of FDA resources, allowing for a thorough review, but hopefully a one-cycle review, and ultimately really addressing the issue that we started out looking at, and that is for roughly 50% of applications, they don't get approved in the first cycle. They ultimately do get approved with follow-on cycles of review. That's an inefficient use of FDA resources, and that's really what we're trying to tackle with the agreement.
Ms. Radcliffe, would you like to add to that as far as bio is concerned?
Yes, I would. Thank you. I'd like to support everything that Dr. Whedon said about the way that the PDUFA technical agreement will enhance the availability of products for patients, but mention also one other thing that was particularly important for our small companies, and that was a provision to enhance timely interactive communication during the drug development phase. Our small companies tell us that very often they have simple, informal questions where they need timely answers in order to proceed. We were very pleased that the agency agreed to state explicitly that they have a philosophy of timely interactive communication with sponsors, and also that we were able to agree to establish a liaison staff that would work to ensure that that communication occurs.
Thank you. Mr. Gaugh, the discussion draft includes a section on expediting manufacturing changes to alleviate a drug shortage. Would you comment on this provision? Tell us how it will help.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, the draft includes a section on expediting manufacturing changes to alleviate drug shortages. Comment on that provision.
Yes, in today's environment, it takes anywhere from 18 to 24 months for those review cycles to occur. So if you have a product that's in drug shortage, that's an additional time point with everything else that you're adding to it. So the provisions in here are going to be for expedited review, which could be as quickly, they say, as 3 to 6 months, which would help tremendously.
Mr. Levitt, can you explain IDEs? You know, what are they? What companies get IDEs traditionally? How has FDA evaluated IDEs? I understand FDA has a new policy on IDEs. How does that differ from previous policy, and what's your opinion of the new policy?
Okay. An IDE stands for Investigational Device Exemption. What it basically means is that FDA reviews applications for new clinical studies. New clinical studies are needed generally for all Class 3 devices going through the pre-market approval process. and for a small minority of 510K products. But if a company wants to test their device in humans and it doesn't fit into one of the minor categories that they're exempt from submitting, then they submit an application to the FDA. It includes the data to show that the device is safe enough to test in humans. So first question, safety. And second question is, what is the protocol that they're going to use during the study? They will submit those to FDA. FDA has 30 days only to review that, reflecting that FDA's review is really just to focus on, is it safe? And is this essentially a bona fide study where the potential benefits outweigh the potential risks? So that's the historical process. What has happened recently is that FDA has brought greater scrutiny to the clinical protocol part. And they're trying to say that you can only do this clinical study if it is good enough to get final approval. And there's a lot of concern within the industry that that is much more than has ever been done in the past, and is certainly much more than the regulations or statute require. That the process should be able to go forward at the pace that the company is prepared to undertake. It might be a preliminary study. It might be a study that will depend on how strong the results are, how big you need. And so I think the concern that you're hearing is that that study should not be the most robust possible, but instead the FDA should allow the study to go forward if it's safe and if it's bona fide research where the potential benefits outweigh the potential risks and there is valid information to be learned from the study. That essentially is the company's call on how they want to investigate the device and develop the program.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. My time's expired. Ranking members recognized for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to start with Mr. Goff. I appreciated GFA's support for the bill that Representative Guthrie and I recently introduced, the Generic Drug Application Review Fairness Act. We heard earlier from Dr. Woodcock about the long review times for generic drug applications that currently exist. If the median review time for generic drug applications currently exceeds 30 months, how does that impact the generic manufacturers, and what are the consequences, if you will?
Well, you heard in earlier testimonies, if you go back to the statute, it's a 6-month review time, which we're well past that, 30 months. So almost 2 years past the statute. So in that 2-year time point, once you've put your drug application in, market dynamics can change significantly in that additional 2 years. So it may be a situation where by the time the 30 months has expired, the market's not still effective for the company to get into. That's one issue.
And what about the significance of the 180-day exclusivity period for generic firms?
The 180-day exclusivity has become a real factor because in that approval process for you it affects first filers in paragraph 4 certifications. And if you don't have the product approved or tentatively approved by the FDA within that 30-day time point, you lose your 180-day exclusivity.
Do you know how many applications since maybe 2003 have unfairly lost the 100-day exclusivity because of the FDA review delay?
Somewhere in the range of 8 to 10.
Okay. I mean, it seems to me that the increasing median approval time of generic drug applications has unintentionally placed into jeopardy the 180 days of exclusivity rewarded to the generic applicants, and I'm hopeful that my colleagues will support inclusion of the Generic Drug Application Fairness Act into the user fee package, which is being considered, because this would at least temporarily fix the consequences that you discussed. Let me ask Mr. Whedon, if you would. We heard from Dr. Woodcock a little bit ago that there's an added language to the discussion draft that was not part of the negotiated PDUFA agreement, and in FDA's view, these extensive reporting requirements would place a burden on the agency and could result in an unwarranted reshuffling of resources in other areas. What is pharma's view on this added provision?
Well, there are two aspects to consider. In many meetings with the FDA, we've asked for data going down to the division level so that we can see whether or not there were some learnings to be garnered in terms of divisions that actually are more efficient versus those that may not be as efficient. Having said that, we also recognize that we don't want to burden the agency with a panoply of measurements coming out of the PDUFA agreement. As Dr. Woodcock described, that may have the unintended effect of diverting resources from the needed activities of reviewing applications and getting those applications acted upon. So it's a very nuanced position, if you will, that in terms of getting data down to the review division can be useful, and we certainly have asked for such data, but we don't want to have so many measurements loaded onto the agency such that they aren't able to do the basic work that they are there to do.
But I mean, you said, and I think she said, that this wasn't part of your original agreement, correct?
The review division data was not part of the original agreement.
Okay.
No.
I mean, I don't. It's hard. You're kind of answering it, but I know you're trying to kind of you're expressing your concern that we have to be careful. But I guess my concern would be, even if we knew that FDA could fail to accomplish other activities because of the need to shift their times and resources, do you think that adding that would make sense if that were the consequence?
Certainly, if it was resource neutral, if we could, for example, substitute review division data for other measurements that are currently being collected, such that the resources are not diverted from needed activities around drug approval.
Yeah, but she said that's not likely,
But if there are ways that you can do it and not be overly burdensome, we would be supportive of getting review division data.
I mean, I think that we all agree that we have to be careful. I mean, if we're to tinker with the negotiated language that pharma signed off on, we could very well hinder FDA's ability to accomplish their other performance goals. So I think you're basically expressing the view that you wish there was some way to accomplish this without jeopardizing, the other.
Exactly.
All right, thanks. Time is completed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize the Vice Chairman of the Subcommittee. 5 minutes for questions.
I thank the Chairman for the recognition. Mr. Levitt, let me ask you a question, just so I have my facts correct. Your previous experience was as a Deputy Director at the Center for Devices and Radiological Health?
That's correct. I was Deputy Director for Regulations and Policy.
And currently, you're with the medical device manufacturers, is that correct?
Currently, I am a lawyer at the law firm Hogan Lovells, and I'm representing AdvaMed and the other trade associations here today.
In either role, can you imagine a scenario where it would be a company's business plan to go to market with something that they knew was flawed and going to cause harm or damage to patients? Would that be a viable business strategy?
It is hard for me to imagine anybody having that business strategy.
But you've heard the exchanges this morning between Mr. Markey and Dr. Sharon, myself and Dr. Sharon. Do you have any thoughts on what you've heard this morning? Do you think there's a risk out there that rogue companies are going to be putting damaging products out there on the market, that the FDA's hands are essentially tied and they can't do anything?
I think it's hard for me to believe that there is a significant issue problem there that needs legislation. The reviewers have enormous latitude to ask questions on devices. There almost always are incremental differences between new devices and old ones. And as has been pointed out, even after a final 510K decision is made, the agency has additional authorities to prevent adulterated or misbranded devices from going into the market. It is hard for me to believe, and Dr. Sharon, I thought, said as much, that the agency doesn't believe it has let out into the market unsafe devices.
Yeah, and that was, just from where I sit here, that was pretty troubling. The fact, even if there's only a handful, we really need to know those devices and where the system failed us, if that is happening. And I'm with you. I cannot believe that it actually is happening in today's medical legal climate. I don't think a company could exist if it pursued such a strategy.
Right. I think we'd have to see the examples, but I can't imagine any company going in with a business plan to say, I'm going to sell a flawed device.
Additionally, in, of course, your testimony, and Mr. Cockle, I think in your testimony as well, the indication was that specifically the Center for Devices and Radiological Health required an additional 200 employees. Did I pick up that information correctly?
Yes, sir. That is a consequence of the user fee agreement that's been negotiated between the industry and FDA.
And will these 200 new employees, will they be housed at White Oak, or will they be reviewers out somewhere else in the country, or will they be put on the job inspecting manufacturing plants? Where do they go? 'Cause I've visited Dr. Shuren out at his very lovely and spacious offices out there at White Oak, but I didn't see space for 200 more people.
Well, there's a lot of construction out there, sir, but I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so we're expanding government in the process of doing this, and I'm not disputing that they're not necessary, but at the same time, maybe, Mr. Chairman, we can, as a written question, follow up to Dr. Sharon. We can get a breakdown on the activities and duties of those 200 new personnel that are going to be hired under the monies provided by the user fee agreement. Ms. Radcliffe, let me ask you a question. I've worked on the issue of conflicts. 2007, when the reauthorization was done that year, I thought the language on conflicts went a little bit too far. It was too restrictive. Do you think that the concerns I had that day in June were justified about the conflicts language being a little too restrictive?
We do, and we thank you very much for your work on that issue. The conflicts of interest are extremely important, and we respect the need to ensure that conflicts of interest don't affect the way that
Correct.
FDA does its very important work. That being said, we have heard from many stakeholders that the provisions that were put in place have limited FDA's ability to put the right expertise on its advisory committees, and that is also, I think, of great concern to patients and certainly to industry. And so we appreciate the effort to return FDA to being governed by the same conflict of interest provisions that the rest of the U.S. government is governed by.
And certainly I want to thank you for working with committee staff to try to get that issue resolved. Mr. Goff, let me just ask you a question. I mean, drug shortages come up every time we have a hearing such as this. Do you have an opinion as to is there enough in the user fee agreements, the draft that you have, is there enough in there to deal with the issue of drug shortages from the generic manufacturer's standpoint?
We believe that the draft, including to the draft, would be the private stakeholder group, the ARI, Accelerated Recovery Initiative. Between those two, there would be enough, yes.
Let me ask you this. Sometimes it occurs to me that maybe we've tightened things down too much, that the hyper-competition that's been introduced into the marketplace has made it unprofitable for a manufacturer to continue manufacture of something, and then if a problem occurs with their supply or with their manufacturing floor, they just say, forget it, I'm out of the business. Is that in fact happening?
I think part of the answer to that is, as Dr. Woodcock said today, the majority of the drug shortages in our environment as we see today is the sterile injectables. And sterile injectables are a highly sophisticated business, a highly sophisticated process, and there's really only a handful in the United States that make the sterile injectables. So when an issue happens with the line, as you said, that puts a severe crunch on the entire pipeline.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Chair thanks gentlemen and recognize the Ranking Member Emeritus, Mr. Dingell, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to thank you for this hearing, but I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Murphy, for his working with me on the important system and issue of parity and inspections. These questions will go first to Mr. Goff. Mr. Goff, yes or no? Under the user fee agreement negotiated by the generic drug industry, your industry is committed to paying additional fees to ensure that both foreign or no?
Yes.
And I believe that it is in good part because you are concerned that our domestic industry is inspected rather more and is policed rather more carefully than the foreigners. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, again, Mr. Goff, yes or no? These additional fees will ensure foreign and domestic manufacturers are held to the same inspection frequency and standards. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, again, if you please, the same inspection frequency as agreed to by FDA and the generic drug industry under the user fee agreement is routine inspection every 2 years. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, again, do you agree routine inspections with parity between foreign and domestic manufacturers will help level the playing field for your industry? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that those in your industry are comfortable with being inspected every 2 years?
Yes.
Now, thank you for your kindness. Mr. Kukel, these questions for you, yes or no, again, to the degree you can. FDA is currently required by the Federal Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act to conduct a GMP inspection of domestic drug manufacturers every 2 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Many have proposed removing the requirement for biennial inspections and instead moving to a fully risk-based inspection system with no minimum inspection frequency. FDA currently uses a fully risk-based approach for inspections of foreign drug manufacturing facilities with no minimum inspection frequency. Is that correct?
Yes.
Under this approach, how is FDA currently inspecting foreign drug manufacturing facilities?
If we look at all facilities outside the U.S., it's about every 9 years. If we look at China, for example, it's about every 17. Those are averages that come from the GAO.
Now, would a fully risk-based inspection schedule guarantee that no drug manufacturing facility went indefinitely without an inspection?
No.
But it could it not?
Would a fully risk-based system
Yes.
guarantee that?
Yeah, if it just says that we're going to do this on the basis of risk, they could say, well, we don't find any basis for inspecting this particular facility.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay. Now, would a minimum inspection frequency provide regulatory certainty to our drug manufacturers, promote parity between our domestic and foreign drug manufacturers, and better protect the public's health and safety?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, I note I'm giving you back a minute and 14 seconds.
Chair, thanks,
To the
gentlemen.
panel, thank you.
Recognizes gentleman from Louisiana, Dr. Cassidy, for 5 minutes for questions.
Vocal. I see in your testimony you are concerned regarding the tracking of drugs in order to detect counterfeiting. One of my concerns, though, in which Dr. Woodcock agreed, if somebody's buying from an illegitimate online pharmacy, they're buying straight from an overseas provider, then really the absence of a RID or something similar, a unique identifier, would not provide any benefit. The person's going to open up their package and they're going to open it and they're not going to look to see, oh my gosh, is there something tracking it? Would you agree with that?
I think it's important to note that there are both legitimate and illegitimate online pharmacies, and many of our big retail chains operate online pharmacies. So if a person's obtaining drugs from the legitimate supply, whether they're going to a bricks-and-mortar pharmacy or online.
Oh, I agree with that totally, and I don't mean to interrupt, just
beneficial.
limited time.
But
in fact, that's my point. Right now, the consumer has limited ability to tell the difference between a legitimate and an illegitimate, and even though one of the things we can use to track counterfeits would be this unique ID system, nonetheless, it still would not identify counterfeit drugs arriving in your mailbox from an illegitimate pharmacy.
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, that said, Ms. Radcliffe and Dr. Wilden, I'm very interested in these rare pediatric diseases, your heart tugs. They affect so few. It's hard to get an adequate end for a clinical trial. And there's never going to be a major investment by a pharmaceutical company if it is based upon return. Okay? So what ideas do you all have? I read your testimony regarding the bills we have to promote pediatrics. What ideas do you have in order to encourage research into cures for these terribly tragic but rare diseases? You see where I'm going with that?
This is an issue of extreme interest to many of our companies for the reason that you say. It tugs on the heartstrings when there are these very rare pediatric conditions and there are no cures for them. We've worked on this issue in a number of different ways. Specific to the issue at hand in this hearing today, within the PDUFA agreement, there is a provision for helping companies to move forward with drug development on rare conditions where FDA will have additional resources to hire expertise and to reach out to the community and gain input on how that may be done. Additionally, we support, as I said in my both written and oral testimony, the Faster Access to Specialized Treatments Act, which seeks to expand accelerated approval in a way that would allow the use of that pathway for more conditions by encouraging FDA to take advantage of modern tools, whether it's biomarkers, pharmacogenomics, predictive toxicology, and so forth, and to expand the use of that pathway.
Let me ask you, because that seems as if those products will be a byproduct of research focused elsewhere. Does that make sense?
In some cases, yes, but that may be a very effective way of ensuring that those products do get developed.
Is there a way to encourage the pharmaceutical companies in a market-based approach to focus resources on a particular illness? You know, you're more likely to get to your destination if you go there directly, theoretically, than if you just kind of as a circuitous route end up there.
Right. That gets to a much broader discussion, I think, about the incentives that are available for research and development, whether it's R&D tax credits, whether it's the way that products are reimbursed and so forth. A very complicated decision that I think goes far beyond what FDA could accomplish. FDA, however, has a huge role in ensuring that that companies have the information that they need to create drug development programs in rare disease, which encounter challenges that are honestly not just related to the return that companies
A friend of mine
get.
who has such a child, so there's a kind of a personal interest of mine.
Yeah.
He tells me that there is a bill being considered or proposed. If a company came up with such a bill, such a drug for such a rare condition, they would get a transferable sort of expedited review of any other drug. Now, would that be an effective way to do this, or would that be, and I'll open that up to the panel, if anybody has a thought on this.
Sure. We have not taken a position. We are aware of that legislation, and we haven't taken a position on it. That mechanism has been tried in other settings, and we certainly think that where such a mechanism could be put in place, it's useful to do so, but it hasn't proven so far to really be a major incentive for this type of work.
Okay. I yield back. Thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen, and recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Waxman, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Coco, I want to ask you about antibiotics. I know that Pew has had a long-standing interest in making sure that we get more antibiotics, new antibiotics, so our arsenal is full. But I don't think we just want any antibiotics. We don't want Me Too versions of the same antibiotics we already have. That would, I'm sure, only serve to worsen the problem of antibiotic resistance. So I want to search your views on whether the language in the discussion draft for this hearing will achieve this goal. The bill, as it's currently written, would grant exclusivity for any antibiotic to treat essentially any resistant bacterial pathogen. Is that approach adequate to ensure that we get only the antibiotics that we truly need? And if not, is there another approach that you would suggest we take so that we can better target those drugs?
Thank you for that question, sir. I think the goal in the discussion draft is to make it more attractive for companies to be in the business of antibiotics. So that means they need predictability. We need to address a serious public health problem, and we need to make sure that we're using taxpayer resources wisely. We all want predictability. Right now, the discussion draft has a list of bugs in it, and the question is, if you get qualified early on, as you do under the Orphan Drugs Act, as a qualified product, how does that carry through to doing your clinical studies and coming to market? Bleach will kill resistant bugs. Nobody would suggest it's a good drug. And so the question is there an established way to look at antibiotics and say, here are the ones we need, and here's how it would work through to market. And we think that looking at serious and life-threatening infections would be a very workable way to do it. It would address the public health need and provide great predictability.
So target it in that way, not have it more general.
And in some ways that's broader in the sense that you don't have to have activity against a resistant organism, but you are tackling the public health need, which is treatment for a serious or life-threatening infection.
Okay. Now, the LPAD offers an approach that I think should be given serious consideration because it has a potential to get important new antibiotics into market more quickly than usually possible. However, when we are getting products to market more quickly based on more limited clinical data than usually required, it becomes that much more important that we are confident that they will be used only in the small populations for which the drug was approved. With antibiotics, this concern is doubled. We must worry not only about patients receiving medications that could be dangerous to them because their safety has not been established in broader populations, we also need to act in a way that will preserve the efficacy of new antibiotics by using them only when truly necessary. Do you believe that the mechanism for limiting off-label use of antibiotics approved under LPAD will be effective in achieving both of these goals, and if not, do you have suggestions for additional mechanisms?
We think it's an interesting proposal, and let me make a couple of points about what we're thinking about as we consider it, and we're still trying to understand how it would work. But first, it's attractive if you could have a faster pathway and then use the drugs only in patients that you couldn't treat with existing drugs. That would be good for public health, and it would be good for the companies, assuming there's a viable business model there. So one question is, what does it take to get these drugs to market and get that particular designation? And then the limited population part of the limited population provision is how do we ensure that if they're coming with a higher risk or lower evidence that they're used the way we intend. And there's nothing in the statutory language that ensures that. So the question is, how would individual providers, how would payers, how would hospital formulary committees use these drugs and ensure that they were used only on label? And that's something that we're still trying to understand. And then the other thing I think you'd want to know is if you're approving drugs based on less evidence, do we have a mechanism of post-market surveillance so we can continue to learn as they're in clinical use?
Well, what's your reaction to what's in the draft?
We're still studying. We think it's interesting, but as I say, we're trying to understand
you're still
how it works in
thinking
practice.
that it needs to be refined in some way, and you're trying to think it through?
Trying to think it through.
Okay. Well, we are too, and so we'd appreciate your suggestions. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back my time. Thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. I recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Shimkus, 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just, it may have been noted before, but I see Dr. Shern still in the committee room. Thank you for being here. This is important. My follow-up is going to be on again, working on the IDEs and the 510K a little bit more. Most of my questions will be directed to Mr. Levitt, but I do appreciate you being here. I did like Dr. Woodcock's statement. Congress needs to define a problem that we want to address, and we really do think there's a problem with the change in the process in these two areas. So with that, Mr. Levitt, you said in the explanation to the chairman's question about kind of explain the investigative device exemption, safety and protocol were the two primary issues. And then the FDA's change in the processing is it's good enough that it has to be good enough for final approval. Are there benefits to going through the investigational device exemption process even though you might not eventually get to a final approval in the process? Are there positives going through this process?
Well, I think there are positives any time you're learning new information in a structured setting, under informed consent, of course, about the performance of new devices or improved devices, both for safety and for effectiveness. Very often, a company may want to try something, and if it is not working, have a small trial and learn that quickly and pursue another direction. Or they may want to proceed in a more robust way because they have greater confidence. So I think there is value in any clinical study that is safe and that is a bona fide research protocol to greater learning.
So the FDA's change in focus, and that's what I do think there are benefits from going through, if you meet the two criteria of safety and a bona fide protocol, and that the information you learn may help you or may help the sector move in a more robust path forward, or to change course and start anew. That's summarizing what you said. So that issue number one. I'm not going to go over the issue of what's the legal law and what's the what was the other thing I had here on the Administrative Procedures Act, and there are some, I think, legal concerns with the change without it being bona fide. You might have some experience in your legal background and your other history with that, but I think I addressed that enough. On the 510K process, can you walk us through what currently happens when a company makes a modification to existing 510K?
Yes, what companies often make changes to their devices. The FDA has a flow chart to help companies walk through, is this a significant change affecting safety and effectiveness? If it is, then the company submits to do 510K. If it isn't, the company documents what their decision and the basis is. They make the change and they move on. That information is available to FDA during an FDA inspection, so there's full transparency.
So have you heard, obviously from the sector now that you're representing, the concern that with the change rules, there may be a projected backlog of 300 to 500%, and that this is harmful to the process, not helpful?
Yes, I've certainly heard that. I mean, what Dr. Shuren testified this morning, if I heard him correctly, was that FDA really was just trying to affect a little gray zone, a small number around the margin. But as companies went back and applied the examples, companies were saying, oh no, you FDA really missed the mark. This would result in just a flood of new 510Ks where there really is not a significant change. But the examples that FDA gave led them to believe they would have to submit this. So there is clearly a gap between what FDA intended and how the industry is perceiving it. And I think Dr. Shuren testified he recognized that, and he needs to address that.
And that's why I appreciate you all being here today. And Dr. Shuren, that's why I appreciate you remaining in the committee room, because the other issue is resources, which we can agree to disagree. But I do think we want to make the system, we want to improve the system. This is our one opportunity to do that. And my time's expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Chair, thanks you, gentlemen. That concludes the questioning. I'd like to thank the panel. This has been extremely valuable hearing very important information. I have a unanimous consent request to enter into the record statements from the National Alliance on Mental Illness and the California Healthcare Institute. That has been shared without objection, so ordered. I remind members that they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record, and I ask all witnesses to respond to questions promptly. Members should submit their questions by the close of business on Wednesday, May the 2nd. Without objection, the subcommittee is adjourned.